Ready to go?
Yes.
Ready? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is absolutely gorgeous to see everybody here and to see this room so full on the first regular meeting of the County Board this year. Today is January 25th, for the record, 2025. I'm Board Chair Takis Karantons. I have the honor to chair and preside this meeting, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Vice Chair Matt Ferranti, members Susan Cunningham and Maureen Coffey, and also in his first regular meeting, Mr. Julius J.D. Spain Sr. Welcome again. We are also joined by the county manager, numerous county staff who take time from their family time. It is part of the job, of course, but it is a weekend. And I want to specifically welcome Stephanie Bello, who is our new director for constituent services on the side of the county manager's office. I want to welcome also our county board office staff that is running this meeting, headed by our clerk, Mr. Mason Kushner. And I don't want to forget our deputies who are keeping us all safe, not only us, but the entire community in this meeting. And of course, the people who are working behind the scenes, the many people who are working behind the scenes to broadcast this meeting and to keep records and to make sure that that what is transacted in this meeting reaches the entire community. So thank you for joining us in the county boardroom and remotely through Microsoft Teams. Some members of the public, county staff, and other presenters will be participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model. I want to give you an overview of how the meeting is going to, what is in store for today's meeting. We will start a little bit in an unorthodox way. And typically we have public comment first, but today, we will take first a resolution honoring Community Risk Reduction Week, then public comment, then we will discuss the consent agenda, and then we will hear items 28 and 29 on our regular agenda. So I want to be able to, if we can, put the slide on the resolution to commemorate Risk Reduction Week. Okay, so we are all aware of the fires in Los Angeles. I have put a small visual token of that. These are two firefighters exhausted in front of a house that just burned out in Altadena in Los Angeles. No urban community in the United States, and I don't think in the world, can be silent and just not notice how severe this has been. So this is one more reason to celebrate and commemorate Community Risk Reduction Week, which has kicked off already on January 20th and will go through January 26th. It coincides, by the way, with Martin Luther King Day, the National Day of Service. The goal of the week is to raise awareness among the fire service about the role of the community risk reduction and how our fire department can employ proven risk reduction strategies to make our community and our fire department safer. Each year, Community Risk Reduction Week focuses on one of the crucial intervention strategies, also called 5Es: education, engineering, enforcement, emergency response, and economic incentives to achieve that. I will read now the proclamation. Whereas every 23 seconds, a fire department in the United States responds to a fire somewhere in the nation, and whereas fires nationally were responsible for 3,670 civilian deaths, and 79% of these fatalities in 2023 occurred in the home, and whereas fires nationally were responsible for 13,350 civilian injuries, and 77% of these injuries in 2023 were also related to fires at home, and whereas the fire department and its emergency medical services have responded to an increase in medical calls for service, accounting for 70% of the department's call volume in 2024, and whereas community risk reduction is a data-informed process to identify local risks, followed by integrated and strategic investment of resources to reduce their occurrence, and whereas the value of community support for local, state, and national partners to address community risks is recognized to meet the demands of fire service members, and whereas the goal of community risk reduction is to reduce the occurrence and impact of emergency incidents for both community members and emergency responders through deliberate action in the areas of the 5 E's: education, enforcement, emergency response, and economic incentive. Now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim January 20th to January 26, 2025 as Community Risk Reduction Week to raise awareness of the importance of risk reduction and to make our Arlington County community safer. And this is signed by me and will be given to Captain Bowling. So on to our public comment section of the meeting. I have some general announcements and instructions to read. First, for in-person speakers, the podium height, this podium height, can be adjusted by using the up and down arrows on the right. Please speak clearly into the microphone so that everybody can hear you. If you're submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk, Mr. Kushner, over there, with your name and contact information on all documents. For those of you who are joining remotely and want to speak from virtually, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called to speak. You will need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are on a phone, or by clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you are using Teams or an app or browser. A Spanish language interpreter is available for the public comment portion of this meeting. Could our interpreter please introduce themselves in English and in Spanish? Is she here or he?
She's been in the lobby, I believe. I see her. Yep, coming in right now.
She's here. Muy buenos días. We just asked to introduce yourself so that everybody knows where you are.
Good morning, Johanna Marquina, intérprete de español. Johanna Marquina, Spanish interpreter.
María Salazar, intérprete de español. María Salazar, Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. So as a further note, occasionally we may need to get up and stretch our legs. However, there are speakers and monitors in the back so that we can continue to see and hear the meeting. With that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. And as a reminder, the purpose of the public comment period is for individuals to alert the board on issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing or an upcoming public hearing, to ensure that we can hear a range of topics and to be fair and consistent across all speakers and issues. We have a one speaker per topic rule. This rule also helps the board efficiently manage the main purpose of today's meeting, which is to consider the items of the regular meeting agenda that comes later. And to respect the time of our neighbors, you may be waiting for hearings on those scheduled regular agenda items. We appreciate everyone's help in adhering to the meeting procedures and being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you are here in a coordinated group today, we ask you to identify one representative to raise your topic. That representative can make us aware that there are others present who share their views. Importantly, there are other ways for you to let the county board know about an issue, including writing us to the county board email address, which is countyboard@arlingtonva.us. And for a more interactive, direct, and dynamic conversation and a deeper exploration of your concerns, including an opportunity for multiple residents to present different facets of one topic, we particularly recommend an Open Door Monday session. More information is available on our website. The next is next Monday, January 27th. Please see our clerks, Mr. Kushner and Mr. Davis, if you have questions. So, Mr. Clerk, we can call the first speaker.
Of course, our first speaker is April Gain, followed by Audrey Clement. And you'll need to turn the microphone on button in the center.
Test it real quick. There we go.
Yep.
Good morning. I am April Gain, a county resident. I use she, they pronouns, and I live in Penrose. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and the other members of our community here attending this meeting this morning. And we are here to share our fear and our concerns that are increasing due to recent federal and state legislative and policy attacks that are damaging the health and well-being of the trans and queer people and their loved ones. Last year, there were about a dozen anti-trans bills filed in the Virginia legislature. This year, there are already 10 anti-trans bills filed. Just a few days into the new federal administration, and the changes have been fast. It's really impossible for us to tell where they're going to go or how far they will extend. The recent executive order, as well as the Title IX sports bill, bathroom bills, and all of the verbal attacks coming from federal GOP and electeds have really been taking their toll on us. Our community is scared and feeling particularly vulnerable in this moment. Many of us are now reevaluating our safety and have to consider if our Arlington community will stay safe, or if we will need to move to a new city or state which prioritizes public, strong LGBTQ protections like Maryland, New York, or more recently, Alexandria. We don't want to be forced away for our safety. We want to continue living here where we have been building communities and visiting our favorite local places and putting down roots. We want to feel that our constitutional rights will be protected and that our public participation in Arlington life will not feel threatened. We are requesting a resolution creating proactive policy directives to ensure that these rights will not be violated. And to that end, we are specifically asking for a board resolution that directs the county manager to provide policies and guidance to all county departments to work in consultation with the county attorney to take no actions that would violate the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, including that protection for LGBTQ individuals. Call upon the county attorney to actively seek participation in ongoing or future litigation to protect our rights. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gain.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Tawaya Hughes.
Welcome, members of the board. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. At the January 14th meeting of the Arlington Civic Federation, George Mason University public policy professor and former County Board Chair John Milliken delivered a paean to Arlington County government. According to Milliken, the modified county manager form of government adopted around 1930 when the county had a population of 26,000 was essentially the same then as now. The only change was to elect the 5-member at-large county board for staggered terms instead of every 4 years. In Milliken's view, quote, given the plaudits we've seen for Arlington in recent years and before, it's a system that has served us very, very well. In those 88 years, we have had a pretty good system, end of quote. The only question for Milliken is whether the system will continue to serve us well. Milliken's tribute overlooks the fact that county government is as undemocratic in its operation as it was racist in its origins. According to local historian Sherman Pratt, the current at-large system was adopted after Black leaders ran for local office in the county's 3 districts. Replacing these districts with an at-large board thwarted Black political ambitions for several generations. Because board members are not accountable to their neighbors, it has also served to silence any neighborhood or civic organization that opposes county board on any matter, large or small. Milliken is also evidently unaware of a resolution to restore the public's confidence in Arlington County governance adopted by CivFed in 2023 that thoroughly documented a long list of abuses in the county's dealings with its citizens. So in light of these unfortunate truths, I challenge Milliken's defense of the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clement.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tawai Hughes, followed by Katie Wenger.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tawaya Hughes. I'm currently a resident at the.
You can lift a little bit there's a button on your right side underneath, and you can lift it a little bit so that we
Bottom
can
right
hear
corner
you
of
better.
the podium itself.
To lift the podium a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, you got it.
okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm currently a resident at the Shelton Apartments that's owned by AHC, and I wanted to bring to the county my complaint about the water sewage bill. I have been watching my sewage bill for about the last year and a half, where it has fluctuated, as going from $60 to recently $419. And I have brought this to the attention of the management office, but the only response that I have been getting is, we're watching your bill, and we have noticed that it has been sometimes higher, sometimes lower. And I haven't really been getting any answers, because with this recent bill, I'm being billed for using 26,820 gallons of water for 24 days. And with the changes that has been occurring in my apartment, in the complex, we have had some overturns with management, and so we just recently have, the current property manager has been kind of consistent, but when we need things fixed in the apartment, things have not been dealt with immediately. And then in the past month, we had a flood that affected our 4th, 3rd, and 4th floor, 2nd floor, where they had to gut the ceilings, some of the walls, but they weren't very clear on where the issue of the flood started. And so I'm fearful that the next month coming, my bill may be higher due to whatever issues are occurring in the building. So I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the county.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Hughes.
you.
Our next speaker is Katie Wenger, followed by Mariah Burton Nelson.
Good morning. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Housing Commission. We are recommending that Arlington take the necessary steps to join the Federal Housing Assistance Program for fair housing enforcement. Fair housing is very important to the Commission, and we are glad that the county passed the Fair Housing Plan in 2023 and added source of funds as a protected class in 2024. This being said, we believe the county can do more to enforce fair housing protections and prevent discrimination. The Office of Human Rights has investigated 20 cases of housing discrimination in the past 4 years, and we know that many more cases are going unreported. At our last Housing Commission meeting, we had a representative from the U.S. Department of Housing and Development share about the Federal Housing Assistance Program. The program would provide funding and technical assistance to our Office of Human Rights to investigate cases of fair housing violations. This would help our office expand our enforcement, as well as making sure our fair housing practices are consistent with HUD standards. We recommend that you take the necessary steps to join the Fair Housing Assistance Program by amending the Human Rights Ordinance and beginning collaboration with HUD. I want to note that the representative from HUD encouraged us to start this process as soon as possible, as the federal environment is uncertain, and we want to take advantage of this opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wenger.
Our next speaker is Mariah Burton Nelson, followed by Asim.
Hi, I am a Democrat and a lesbian and an athlete and a writer, and I'm speaking for women and girls who want safe, private, exclusively female locker rooms. I swim at Washington Liberty, and I work with Martina Navratilova and the Women's Sports Policy Working Group to preserve all female sports and spaces. We offer 17 reasons women's locker rooms should be female only, and I submitted that paper, and it's online. After convicted sex offender Richard Cox, who identifies as transgender, was charged with exposing himself in 4 Arlington women's locker rooms, I learned that Arlington policy allows males who identify as trans to use women's spaces. Now, everyone agrees that sex offenders need to stay out of schools. My concern is that law-abiding males are invited to strip naked in front of women and girls. I must use the word male because male nakedness looks like indecent exposure and voyeurism to us, regardless of gender identity. And women have good reason to fear male violence. New locker room signs tell us to cover intimate body areas. This will not make us comfortable or safe. We are not anti-trans, we are pro-women and pro-girl. All of us have a right to privacy, safety, and dignity. Please restrict female locker rooms to females, and I'd be willing to serve on a committee to change the policy so it's respectful for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asim, followed by Barbara Wine.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Arlington has a particularly shameful and embarrassing history as it pertains to the South African divestment movement. I think we can all come to understand that you can't say you're against apartheid while working directly with companies that profit from it and uphold it. Now, we know the Arlington economic development courts the very companies that benefit from and uphold Israeli apartheid, not just the genocide. At a minimum, the Arlington economic development should not be providing services to companies involved in Israeli apartheid. And I hope we can have a discussion on where to draw the line. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that we have our local tax dollars spent on fostering business with companies that don't do apartheid. Now, Mr. Karantosis, I saw one of your priorities is strengthening governance and transparency. I'm glad because we'll need your help to disclose the depths of Arlington's role in financing and upholding apartheid. Perhaps as a start, it would be helpful to get a transparent accounting of all county resources used in helping businesses in countries that uphold apartheid. Again, we know Arlington Economic Development has spent resources on businesses that uphold apartheid. I'd like to know why and how much. It doesn't seem fair that you charge me for FOIA requests to better understand Arlington's role in how my local tax dollars are spent. Yet, on the other hand, you give companies involved in apartheid the services of Arlington Economic Development. Can Arlington Economic Development subsidize my FOIA costs? Can they help me and help us with this research? Do we need to reflect on this a little more? Do we know what apartheid is? Do we know how divestment works? Do we know how it worked in the case of South Africa? If you really want to prioritize transparency, then please help us. Is it really that crazy to ask Arlington to spend its resources courting businesses that don't do apartheid? Please be honest. If you understand apartheid, South African divestment, then you'll work with us. Disclose, divest, and detach Arlington from every connection it has with apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara Wine, followed by Abigail.
Good
morning.
morning. Greetings and peace, everyone. I come to you today out of concern for my students. I've been a peace educator for about 40 years at the university level, and they are really running scared about the draconian policies, the very militaristic policies coming out of the White House and Richmond. About 100 of us just lobbied in Richmond against many bills that would weaponize anti-Semitism, and I'm a Jewish American. They will go after Palestinian students, Middle Eastern students, and of course, many, many undocumented immigrants. So my question to you today is, what protections exist in Arlington to help roll back the persecution and prosecution of Middle Eastern and Hispanic and Latino students and residents? Can I get your assurances we will be not cooperating with many of these militaristic bills because of the Dillon rule? We don't want to inherit some of these horrible practices that are coming down the pike. And I will say that I attended hearings on Capitol Hill last fall where far-right Republicans said they intend to prosecute my students and other students from the Middle East under the Foreign Terrorist Act as paid agents of Hamas and Hezbollah. They made those declarations right on Capitol Hill. So I'm really, really fearing that that is now going to be operationalized and put into practice. Can I get your assurances we will not collaborate with such policies? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner.
Our next speaker is Abigail, followed by Andrew.
Morning, can you all
Good
hear
morning.
me? Perfect. My name is Abigail. I live in the Ballston neighborhood, and I am here to speak to you all today about kind of overarching topics of peace and our economic priorities. When we look at where the Arlington County Board's finances are invested, the local government investment pool, known henceforth as LGIP, is a glaring example of the board's active investment in the Palestinian genocide. Managed at the state level, with other counties such as Fairfax, Alexandria also contributing excess and discretionary funds into this pool, the LGIP acts as an investment vehicle to allow counties and other municipalities to maximize return on investment. Money in this short-term investment is then distributed to various companies. A few notable LGIP shares include one, Caterpillar Incorporated, noted for providing equipment to the Israeli occupation forces, such as the D9 armored bulldozer for their equipment's use in home demolitions in occupied West Bank. Two, BlackRock, a company with large investments in Israel and weapons manufacturers like Lockheed Martin, which has a presence in Arlington. And three, Wells Fargo, which was part of a $500 million loan deal into Elbit Systems, an Israeli weapons manufacturer. I will end my comment by reminding the county board that investment in the LGIP is entirely voluntary. Arlington County and our neighboring counties investing in the LGIP should advocate for ethical investment options that do not yield profits through involvement in genocide. The tax dollars of Arlington County residents should not be invested towards ongoing occupation in genocide in Palestine, directly or indirectly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Andrea, one note from me. The topic was the investment. It's fine to advocate for that, but we said one person per topic, right? We had the previous speaker just next to you on the left, and I believe that this is exactly the same topic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew, followed by Sam L.
Bit tall. Good morning, Board. I plan to be fairly brief because I was also going to ask a similar question as Barbara, but I'd like to talk about housing. I know some others have talked about it, but I'd like to approach it from a different angle to be more explicit on a different aspect, which is whether the county believes. I'd like to ask whether the county believes that housing is a right that the county is responsible for. You know, we've heard people talk about their housing conditions and the price of housing. Things like technical terms like affordable housing is a category for the government to get just enough working class people in expensive areas to do necessary work, like clean the dishes and pick up trash on the streets. But not really. But that's not addressing housing as a right. There's we've been discussing the missing middle issue, which to me is just a way to get developers more space to develop. That's another way for housing to be a profit maker and not housing as a right. So I would like to ask the county whether there is interest in making it the county's problem to house people, also considering how many unhoused people are in the county and that they also have a right to dignified and safe housing. And a disproportionate number of those unhoused people are trans as well, so that's another important tie-in. And I'd like to end by saying that there are about 2 million people that are unhoused in Gaza right now, so we also have a responsibility to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam L., followed by Ryan Neri.
Last summer, I was excited to see a lot of big belly compost bins pop up around Arlington County. This is a great way for Arlington County residents to be able to divert their food scraps in a more eco-friendly way than throwing them away. That being said, there is still much more that needs to be done. Currently, there are a number of big belly bins around Virginia Square, but none in Shirlington or Crystal City, for example. Having a greater number of bins, especially in neighborhoods that have none, or just one, is key. Now, I know your knee-jerk response to this would probably be something like, well, this sounds great, but we just can't afford it. But that's also kind of ironic when I look at how much money goes towards companies that profit off the ongoing genocide and apartheid of Palestinians. For example, according to page 36 of the most recent comprehensive financial report, the county had $90.7 million invested in the general fund operating reserve, money that also goes to Alphabet and Microsoft, which are companies that have provided AI and cybersecurity services, respectively, to infringe upon Palestinian security and enforce Israel's apartheid against them. Instead of having money go into huge companies that engage in serious human rights violations, whether through local investments or statewide investments, that money needs to go where a great need exists today,
Sir,
such
I
as
need to
by
interrupt
expanding
you.
compost. I'm almost done.
We're talking at this, well, I let previous speakers from your same group.
Well, I'll just
talk
say, just
on
think
the
of how
same
much of that
topic.
money could go towards containers,
Okay.
haulers, facilities, and educational materials for compost. Thank you. Thank you.
I think, so for everybody's awareness, it is not okay to use one topic and the device of trying to connect even composting with the situation in Palestine, just to gain more space to speak when everybody else abides by the rules that we agree to have. So let's go to the next speaker, please.
With that in mind, our next speaker is Ryan Neri.
It's explicitly.
Yeah, this is explicitly, and I want to ask the speaker if he or she wants to speak. I don't see so. Thank you for that. Ms. O'Connell. You can use the button on your right to lower the podium a little bit so that's more comfortable for you. Thank you.
This. So I am an Arlington taxpayer residing in a 35-year-old 168-unit courthouse condo building. 1/3 of the units are 2 bedrooms. That's 5 tiers out of 15. I suggest that each of you controlling the controllables by telling the manager that you are very disinclined to approve any additional multifamily projects unless they meet the 1/3 or circa 1/3 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. You have the power to say no. So, And I ask you to advise the manager to tell CPHD staff that you are in fact very disinclined to look favorably on multifamily projects that come up with less than approximately 1/3 of the units. You can say no as long as you appear open-minded. I am hopeful that the vice chair, who can confirm that he knows experts that in fact say that it is less costly to build 2- and 3-bedroom units. They only need one washer and dryer, they only need one stove, they only need one refrigerator. Let me suggest that approving any more does not lower the rents or get us more units. It's just on paper. I suggest that you instruct the manager to bring a list to you on Tuesday of all the unbuilt, unconstructed projects, how many they have units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, and then you instruct him every meeting that you have to call forth one of those non-performing developers to explain to you why they haven't started their project. Because you've got a backlog, and he can ask them, invite them to come to explain to you why they haven't kicked them off. I think,
It's okay. Last,
Time is elapsed.
all right, I have more. You're going to hear it at Open Doors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell.
Our next and
last
final speaker is William McDonald.
Thank you.
Hi. So I was recently in the Central Library, and the historical section in this Central Library, and I came across an article, and it was an anthropological study. Actually, sorry, I've had media.
You can use the right button.
Yeah, can I put up, sorry, I
okay.
completely forgot. But yeah, I came across an anthropological study of a Native American tribe in Virginia, and I think it's pertinent and I'd like to share. Though a highly developed society has an overwhelming preoccupation with the care and the feeding of the rack, an animal much like a bull in size and strength and temperament, among the Lara people, it is almost a social obligation to own at least one if not more racks. Anyone not possessing at least one is held in low self-esteem by the community. Some, in an opulent display of their wealth and prestige, even own herds of racks. Although the rack may be used as a beast of burden, it has many habits which would be considered by other cultures as detrimental to the life of the society. In the first place, the rack breed is increasing at a very rapid rate, and the Lara people have given no thought to curbing the rack population. As a consequence, the Lara must build more and more paths for the racks to travel on. Since its delicate health and its love of racing other racks at high speeds necessitates that special areas be set aside for its use. It should also be noted that, unlike a cow, the excrement of the rack cannot be used as fuel or fertilizer. On the contrary, its excrement is exceptionally foul and totally useless. Worst of all, the rack is prone to rampages in which it runs down anything in its path, much like stampeding cattle. In fact, as recently as last month, a rack pinned some Arlington Lara school children up against a brick wall on Carlin Springs. Despite the rack's high cost of its upkeep and damage it does to its land and its habits of destructive rampages, the Lara still regarded as being essential to the survival of their culture. Much time. Oh. That was from my 5th grade social studies teacher, Ms. Homey. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe this is the...
This is our final speaker.
This is the final speaker. Okay. Can we return to the original? So colleagues, we will, I can offer a few brief responses to our speakers today. If we need to dive deeper in issues, we will, and we will be in touch. To Ms. April Gain, and to all of you who came today. We heard testimony here from you. We are hearing your voices. You are asking the county board to provide assurances for the protection of vulnerable Arlingtonians. There are many classes of vulnerabilities right now. And sweeping changes in federal policy are creating intense uncertainty and enormous stress to this community. We continue to follow the law. We continue to observe very carefully and monitor all developments as they evolve daily, and we are assessing community impacts and risks also daily, sometimes hourly. All residents of Arlington and their families, their households, deserve respectful, dignified, compassionate, and empathetic treatment. Full stop. Access to county government services, food, housing, health, education, recreational resources is and will continue to be available to every resident who needs them. Nothing changed on this. This is the short statement that I want to make. You know where we are. You know where county government is manifesting in your daily lives the moment that you exit your door every day. If something happens, remember it's not only a resilient government, but a resilient community that we are looking for right now. So I don't know if colleagues want to make any additional comment. We definitely are going to be in conversation and continuous consultation over the next indefinite number of months. Thank you. Dr. Clement testified on a talk that she heard at George Mason University on form of government. I appreciate her comments. This board at its inaugural remarks this year committed to discuss the issues that many in our community have brought, not all, many though. We committed to a public process, and we will be discussing that later this year. Ms. Hughes, in the Shelton Apartments, this is really a case that we would like to refer you to our constituent services, Ms. Bello. I am really impressed by what is happening to you. 24,000 gallons of water accounted. I believe that we can help. So please come and either via Mr. Kushner or Ms. Bello directly, we will be able to help. Ms. Wenger, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I must say that we are in receipt of the letter of the Housing Commission dated January 22nd, so a few days ago. Just as a general, and I have to tell you, we pay a lot of attention to fair housing. We affirmatively pursue fair housing policies. And this year, I believe the Housing Commission has been briefed about how we try to enforce and to figure out how we can do better to make sure that the rules that we have in the book are also observed. I want to make one remark. If you testify on behalf of a commission, the public comment is not always the absolutely right place to do. We have other places where a commission to send us this letter. We have received that. It is fine to do that from time to time to elevate an issue, but I just ask you to bring that in all the other fora that we have for this specific purpose. Of course, as a person, you can always do it. Any comment on that? For housing. Ms. Nelson, I hear you. Thank you for coming to testify today. We have been observing the incident that you mentioned. It was an individual who is probably a criminal, an alleged criminal. He is definitely a sex offender. He was on the list. When we became aware, when county staff became aware, we made the right moves and we apprehended this person is in custody, and it didn't cause any harm in our facilities. You are absolutely right. There is an ordinance. Actually, it's not only a policy, it's a human rights ordinance of Arlington County that it's the chapter 31 of the Arlington County Code, specifically 31.3C about public accommodations. I encourage you to engage to see, to bring that up, but we have places and proper frames for conversations about that. As you have seen, for example, in this building, when you go downstairs, the bathrooms are individualized. They are not gendered anymore. This responds to this policy so that it is both safe and respectful of the identity of every user and every Arlingtonian. Ms. Wine, thank you for bringing that to us. This is not within our jurisdiction, but we know that it is absolutely critical that you have a forum to speak about this. I do believe that right now people like myself, immigrants, are under enormous stress and enormous pressure in all possible ways. This doesn't affect only the immigrants that you mentioned, students in that case. We, to the degree our jurisdiction allows that, we have a trust policy for what happens in Arlington. For things that go beyond that and are under federal or state jurisdiction, officially as a government, we don't have this jurisdiction. However, we are all residents of the same community. So thank you for coming and testify today. The next one, I believe I missed one, Asim, Arlington Economic Development and the issue of the investment and investments. We don't vet businesses, investors, according to their political beliefs or their origin, etc. We do have ethics rules, but this is it. By the way, Arlington is not an investor per se. The Arlington Economic Development Agency is to facilitate investment between private parties. We are rarely one-one. There is one possibility that you can look at this. This comes up. The treasurer invests in different banks and different financial institutions. This is information that is freely available. You don't even need to FOIA that. And it is relatively easy to find. Mr. Andrew, about affordable housing, we have a track record of being a very focused jurisdiction on housing affordability, because we are also one of the jurisdictions that have been hit the worst with the housing crisis that we have right now. Rents are at an all-time high. Housing prices are completely unaffordable and unattainable. Some of us, myself, for example, as a person, I do believe that housing is a human right. Before it is anything else, it is a human right. This is not the law of the country, but this is our ethics, and they flow into the policies that we adopt, and we put the dollars and the political leverage where we can to alleviate the housing crisis. Some on composting that was connected to the issue of the investment in Middle Eastern, on Israeli companies. We are pursuing composting regardless of any other consideration. For us, this is a separate issue. Ms. O'Connell, you may have noticed that this board has been steadily advocating for more family-sized units all the time. And this is a guidance that we follow in all negotiations to the degree that it's possible. We also make, we invest with preference in multifamily delivery. And finally, Mr. McDonald on the Central Library, thank you for the testimony. I need to read carefully through the text that you submitted so that we can give you a better answer to that. Colleagues, if there is any additional comment? Yes, Ms. Cunningham.
I would just like to tack on to the fair housing conversation and to thank several of our Housing Commission members who've been advocating and supporting that for a couple of years. And I think we do have great forward motion. I think in the next month or so, we'll have the results of our most recent fair housing testing, and continued education, continued commitment to that will be an important part for our whole community. For today, if you ever experience a feeling of being discriminated against or have a friend or a neighbor, please do contact our Human Rights Office, and they will advise you and open a complaint and then work with the landlord. So just wanted to tag that.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And I stand corrected. I thought that these results were already communicated, and I was so excited to see them. Thank you. Mr. Spain.
There we go. So I don't want to belabor the hour, but I do want to recognize the group that is here this morning in large part. And, most of you know how I arrived at this place. I used to sit in those seats. And so, the time has come not to speak so much in platitudes, but also to think about, are we doing everything in our legal authority and power to protect the rights of our people here in Arlington? And I just want you to know that it's recognized, and that we here on the board, even when this meeting is over and we're having discussions, that you have partners, you have people in the room who will be working hard to protect your rights. As I also hear from Ms. Clement, Dr. Clement, I do want to recognize that was part of my organizational remarks, form of government, and I hope that sometime this year, it's not a pressing priority at this time, but hopefully later this year, we can have a conversation really about our form of government. But right now, we do have some other pressing issues. So I look forward to that conversation down the road. And to Ms. Hughes, as I close, I am very concerned about what's going on at the Shelton property. That should not be happening. I actually heard from a few residents, and so as you've heard, to reach out to some of our folks here, I also like for you to reach out to me so I can look into that matter personally, because that is an AHC property. There's no reason, I'm a single-family homeowner, and my bill doesn't get that high. That is ridiculous, okay? So we need to look into that and find out what's going on, because if it's happening to you, it could be happening to others, and that's just not right. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you. All great comments today.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Vice Chair Ferranti.
Thank you, Chair Karantonis. I think that your comments cover a lot of my thoughts and very much appreciate them. I think part of the understated theme of many of these comments is you want to know our hearts, and that our hearts are driven by caring, and our actions will be driven by caring hearts. So I'll just focus on the homeless piece that the part of the housing piece that you mentioned, Andrew. On Wednesday night, every year we do a point in time count. It's a national count of how many people are homeless. And I was not there this year because I have a 1-year-old and my wife is out of town for work. So it's the first time I've missed in a long time. But we had more board members at that point in time count than we've ever had from this board. Ms. Coffey, Mr. Karantonis, Ms. Cunningham were all out. If you care about people, you need to be in proximity with them. And the 3 of them were there. And Mr. Spain had another commission meeting, or he would have been there too. So the unhoused are a huge concern. They're growing. It's an indication that we, this board and this government, will care about those who are most vulnerable in our actions this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. Ms. Coffey, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for testifying. Thank you for caring. And that's what gives me always hope that better times are ahead of us. We are moving now, Mr. Kushner, to the consent agenda. To Do we have any items that have been pulled to be heard on Tuesday at our recess meeting?
We do have 2 items that have been removed. Item number 7 concerning the zoning ordinance amendments related to the expansion of childcare in Arlington County, and item number 13 concerning the Walter Reed Outdoor Pickleball Court Improvements Award of Contract.
Thank you. So items 7 and 13, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I will wait a couple of minutes until the public has cleared the room. Sorry for Katie, that she's coming again and again. She's okay.
To be fair, I told them because there was no hearing item on this, and there's not.
So I think that we can proceed. Colleagues, if I can have your attention, please. I have a motion on the consent agenda. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations for items on the consent agenda, excluding the removed items number 7, number 13. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Ms. Coffey. So all in favor of the motion to approve the county manager's recommendations for items on the consent agenda, except items 7 and 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. The motion carries. I want to note that we will hold a public hearing, so we will hear the aforementioned number 7 and number 13 items from this consent pulled from this consent agenda at the board meeting, at our recessed board meeting on Tuesday, January 28. This hearing will begin no earlier than 6 p.m. If you want to speak on one or more of these items, on the pulled items, number 7, number 13, you can register on the board, on the county board's website starting today, or call our office at 703-228-3130 on Monday. I will go through the highlights of the consent agenda. So this is a little bit of information of what we have just approved, because this is a lot of items. We have 25 consent agenda items, which include minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items were put on the consent agenda because they were thought to be non-controversial, but that doesn't mean that they aren't important. So I want to take a few minutes to highlight a few of them. Item number 5, if you can advance. So this is in National Landing, the Primrose School. It's a child care center, up to 216 children. This is a significant number. This new center will provide care for children between the ages of 2 and 5 within 15 classrooms. I also want to note its location in Crystal City, a 10-minute walk away from the metro, and with 4 bus routes within a quarter of a mile. It's a great accessible addition, and we welcome this investment and this service in this neighborhood. The next item is item number 6, which is an initiative of the Signature Theater. It's called Signature in the Schools. The board approved the request of Signature Theater to use a nearby vacant retail space for a new theater program. The program will serve up to 55 students, and it's an innovative way to repurpose commercial space to engage our youth in the theatrical arts. The board will come back in a year to review the operation of this use permit. This is if you have ever experienced that, this is an amazing experience, and I think that the students will be absolutely elated to participate in that. Item number 8, the Buckingham Pollinator Park. The board just officially named a public space by the Harris Theater on South Glebe Road up in Ballston. We called it the Buckingham Pollinator Park. This was a recommendation that came from the Parks and Recreation Commission after a months-long public engagement process. The name pays homage to the historical importance of our Buckingham Garden-style apartments, which are located just next door. In the late 30s, bringing the pioneering principle of garden city planning to a planned residential community. This was a novel and a beautiful concept, and I dwell a little bit on that because I live myself in a garden apartment, and I appreciate that a lot. Item number 9. Central Library CAP renovations. CAP stands for Capital Improvement Plan. The board approved to award a contract for renovations at our central library. This is $5.5 million that will go into these renovations, and they were pre-approved in the fiscal year 25 to 34 CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. What this money will buy is to enhance, they will fund needed upgrades. They will enhance ADA compatibility and accessibility. They will address those of us who use the public library often. They know that there are elevator issues. It will address roof and mechanical issues in designated areas, and will allow for future solar panel installation. The completion is estimated for this fall, and it will keep, during these renovations, the operations in the library will continue. I should also note, I heard from members of the community, they were a little bit worried about future investment in the central library, whether this would be a co-location for affordable housing, etc. This investment here is to keep the building in a decent form and serving, and add the solar panels on this. This is not this doesn't preclude later decisions on that building. Item 23. This is a request to advertise for zoning ordinance amendments. Yes, along Columbia Pike. This is in the area of the Columbia Pike Commercial Form-Based Code and the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. This is a long list of technical amendments. It's a routine cleanup of minor errors and inaccuracies that county staffs and sometimes even residents and civic associations identify, and in the course of actually applying the code and working with these regulatory, there is regulatory documents. So if we see something, we keep a log of what needs to be fixed, and we fix it from time to time, and this is one of these occasions. And item 24, you may remember that in July 2024, the board approved the Barcroft Master Financing and Development Plan and the associated amendments to the General Land Use Plan, map and booklet, and to the Master Transportation Plan that go along with this decision. So the changes that we are advertising here are outlined in these in the amendments in the form-based code and the neighborhoods form-based code, and bring the already approved plan in accordance and in alignment with the regulation that is in place for the entire Columbia Pike. And this concludes my highlights from the consent agenda. Mr. Clerk, I think that we now can move.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
add a bit on the
Absolutely.
consent? I just wanted to mention two things. One was on agenda item 9, the Central Library. Mr. Manager, I think I might just want to flag this one as the future planning and renovation of the library and Quincy Park have been moving out in the CIP over some years to accommodate school facilities and other urgent needs. And so I would say, I wish we didn't have to do this. I wish we were, in a new building or close enough that we didn't need to make this investment. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to flag, kind of the future planning there as we make this investment.
Thank you for that opportunity. I will do that.
I'm sure you appreciate it. Would you mention the CIP timing if you remember?
Sure, and I don't actually remember whether we have it within the 10-year window. What has happened is that the limited amount of funds we have for new public facilities, and falls into that bucket, right now on the horizon 4 or 5 years out is a new library along Columbia Pike and then a fire station along Columbia Pike. And then as we get to we'll be doing this summer sort of a check-in on where we are with the CIP. We can have conversations about that, and next year will be the opportunity to see where we can fit that into our plans.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, just on item 27, we've been on an odyssey to get up to date on minutes for the board, and we are approaching full staffing for the board office, which is wonderful, but I wanted to say a huge thank you to our clerk and deputy clerk for their work on that important effort.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. If there are any other comments on this?
Sure.
Yes, Ms. Coffey.
I just wanted to highlight item 20, which is a negotiation for an easement, which may seem extremely wonky and administrative, but it's an easement along South Carlin Springs Road, which we know has been a focus of a lot of concern with pedestrian safety. This is the beginning of a process to build buffered sidewalks so that kids walking to school have a safe route to school and are a little bit more protected. Very much early stages, but I know people have been wondering about action there. We'll have more information coming, I believe, Tuesday with a manager's report on South Carolina Springs Road. But I think sometimes these consent agenda items, especially the more technical ones, get a little bit run over. But that's a really important one to this community.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. That was a very valid segue to bridge to Tuesday, where we will have a more in-depth conversation. If there are no more comments on the consent agenda, I would like to now ask our clerk to call the item 28.
Of course. Item number 28 is use permit 24-0032. It's a use permit amendment for a private school, which is the Tyndale Christian School, for up to 80 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street.
And I guess, Mr. Manager, the floor is yours for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Cedric Sutherland is thrilled to be here again to talk about the Tyndale School, also with support from Aaron Schreiber. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Sutherland.
Is this on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Again, my name is Cedric Sutherland with CPHD Planning Division. With me, I have Mr. Aaron Schreiber, current Planning Manager with CPHD in the Planning Division. And today, we'll discuss a use permit amendment for a private school for up to 80 students for the Tyndale Christian School. All right, the subject site is located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street in the R5 zoning district with the GLUP designation of low residential. The school currently operates Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Additionally, the applicant has 4 on-site parking spaces. In June, the applicant originally requested a school for up to 135 students. Because of the limited amount of parking that could be provided on site due to the property having to come into conformance with the zoning ordinance, staff recommended approval of the use permit for up to 80 students. However, at that time, the county board approved the use permit for 40 students with a 6-month review to allow staff and the community to address any concerns after the first 3 months of operation of the school. At the review in December, the county board renewed the use permit for 1 year. This application seeks to increase the permitted enrollment to the level staff recommended at the June 2024 meeting to 80 students. There are no proposed changes to the days and hours of operation and the existing on-site parking. To accommodate the additional enrollment, the applicant is proposing to add an additional 4 off-site parking spaces to help to help mitigate the parking resources in the neighborhood. During pickup and drop-off times, parents will continue to use the circulation pattern that is in operation now, with parents with cars entering at the to the drive out to do a curb cut to the north and circulating through the site and out through the alley and back down to the south towards on North Barton Street towards Pershing Drive. In terms of public engagement, Lion Park Citizens Association has voted not to support this amendment due to concerns of noise, safety, playground size, and parking. These comments were echoed by nearby neighbors. Additionally, staff has received some feedback from several adjacent neighbors that are in support of this amendment. Therefore, staff is recommended to approve the use permit amendment for a private school for up to 80 students, subject to the previously approved condition and the revised conditions of the staff report, and with the county board review in 1 year and 6 months to July 2026. That concludes my presentation.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Do we have the testimony from the applicants? I see you there.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Karen
Thank
Thomas
you.
and board
Welcome,
members.
Mr. Painter.
Good morning, and I'm hopefully able to share my screen here. My name is Andrew Painter. I'm a zoning attorney with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, speaking on behalf of the applicant, Tyndale Christian School. As Mr. Sutherland mentioned, we are here to request an enrollment increase from 40 students to 80. We appreciate Mr. Sutherland's and Mr. Schreiber's stewardship of this case, and appreciate the speakers who came out last month, both for and against, as well as this month, both for and against. I would just say, to reiterate something I mentioned, the school year started very well. We're now 4 months in. We've had 4 great months. The students have enjoyed getting to know one another, forming friendships, getting used to the space. And I think it's fair to say that Tyndale's parents are very happy with the location of the school, having it so close to where they live and work. And I think our goal really is to become a critical part of the plethora of quality educational opportunities that we are afforded in this county. The school has operated in full compliance with all the conditions of approval. There have been no known zoning violations or even reported zoning violations. As Mr. Sutherland noted, there have been concerns that have been raised by a couple of our neighbors, and I think without taking anything away from what was said last month or the emails that have been received or who may testify today, we obviously disagree with those claims. And I know that staff has looked into each one of those, and I would defer to them. And in the interest of time, if there are questions about noise or parental supervision or traffic, we can walk through each of those, at your discretion. I would say, too, that in terms of overall neighborliness, Tyndale's overarching goal from the beginning has been to be a good neighbor, to be a good institutional citizen, and eventually become a very good asset to the Lion Park community. I think that's been on the front of the school of every minute of every day they've been at this, much more than I've seen with other private schools. It is thought to be transparent and forthcoming, reaching out to neighbors, and I think this is a good list of all the, I showed this in December, but all the different touch points that the school has had since its approval back in June. So monitoring emails, door-to-door visits, attending every single one of the Lion Park Civic Association meetings. I would just say that the school's doors are always open. Everyone is welcome to come by and see what we're doing or see what the school's doing. And the school, I take them at their word that they really do want to hear from neighbors and sort of forge consensus. We are in agreement with all the conditions of approval, and I will recognize Kimberly Johns, who is the head of school. Kimberly?
Thank you. We're excited to be here, delighted to see you guys again. I feel like you're becoming my best friends. I am thankful to be part of this vibrant Arlington community. I'm a graduate of Yorktown High School, lifelong Arlingtonian, and just being a part of this means so much to me. I'll tell you, we love Barton Street. We love the Lion Park community. As Andrew said, I attend all of the community association meetings, and we are committed to working with our neighbors and addressing anything of material impact to the neighborhood. To that end, I've offered to put a working group together to be with them, to answer questions, concerns that they might have. So that offer stands. I know I appreciate the desire that there might be to seek a compromise position. I would just like to tell you, as a nonprofit working on the margins, that it's essential that we reach 80 students. We originally applied for 135 when we thought we had ample on-site parking. That was a disappointment to us to learn that it was no longer conforming. In order to make the school viable and to be able to do some of the capital improvements that I know the neighbors would like to see, we have to have enrollment of up to 80 students. So thank you so much for your consideration. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. And thank you for coming, Ms. Jones. Do we have advisory group presentations? Mr. Barrera? I don't see any on my list.
I do not see anybody in the room either.
Okay. Then we can move on to public testimony, correct? Do we
Correct.
have public speakers?
Yes, we do. Beginning with Jessica Swanson, followed by Andrew McWhirt.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jessica Swanson. I'm a parent of 2 students. They are playing basketball right now, so they are not here with me. I'm here to ask you to raise the enrollment cap to 80 in line with the staff recommendations. Raising the cap will enable the school to operate sustainably, make fuller use of the space, and address the family demand. So, as Kimberly mentioned, it will allow us to operate in a way that's sustainable, to offer a rich program ongoing, and you know it's difficult to find space around here to operate a school. And approving this cap will enable us to do this without additional fundraising or raising tuition significantly. And it won't allow us to leave classrooms empty. The site can definitely support 80 students. As staff has noted, we can accommodate more on this site. There's plenty of classroom space. There will not be 80 cars driving through. With the cap of 40, right now we have multiple families with students, more than one student, and so we have about 14 cars with the cap of 40. It won't be 80 cars. And the neighborhood is busy, it's true. There are art buses, school buses, multi-generational families, but we are not, and we've demonstrably not affected parking or traffic as staff have seen. And we've made it very clear how pickup and drop-off work, and it's gone very smoothly. We know other families also want this kind of education. There aren't similar options right nearby, and whether it's Montessori, Catholic, dual language, Hebrew, traditional, whatever, families should be able to choose a model that works for their children. Your approval of raising the cap to 80 will allow families to join our community. And we're trying to work with the community. As I mentioned when we were here in December, I've been one of the volunteers who's been knocking on doors, visiting neighbors, sending letters, and again, we've shown that we are not affecting parking and traffic with our current student count. But instead of backing off, a couple of neighbors have still moved on to other issues, such as not liking the sound of children playing. Staff has recommended that we can accommodate 80. It's a modest number in a church that used to hold a couple of hundred, and we have adhered to the requirements for the site. We are so thankful for the school and be grateful to you for raising the cap to 80 so that other families who want this kind of education can access it here.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. The next speaker?
Our next speaker is Andrew McWhirt, followed by Kylie Hoover.
Hi, good morning, and thanks to the members of the board for hearing us out here today. My name is Andrew McWhirt. Me and my wife, Harriet, we live at 728 North Barton Street, so 2 doors down from the Tyndale School. I would just like to address from some comments that were recently shared. We have never received a letter or outreach from the school. Both me and my wife work from home, and we have also never received a knock on our door to discuss any of the issues. We continue to echo the concerns over the noise and the traffic. It is a very busy location, and yes, I do understand that they currently state that they have 14 cars that are providing the pickup and drop off, but we have often seen that number for pickup be 25 to 30 cars. So we'd be looking to double that if we expand the student body base to 80. We also have concerns as it relates to child safety. There's currently 2 temporary barriers that, again, a student has been able to hop over to retrieve a ball, and that's the only thing separating the children from the parking lot in which they play to the very busy streets of North Barton Street. We would also like to raise the issue of the original zoning permits and use case of the property was solely to be used as a school. And the residential building was approved to be used for administrative offices, and there is a full-time resident and her partner living on property at the location, and the use permit also did not allow for the continued congregation to meet on Sundays, and that seems to be continuing as well. Thank you so much for your time, and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McMurray. Mr. Kushner, we have some potential speakers who have kids, very young kids. I would like to be able to offer
Yes,
to
of
them
course.
to testify first if they want.
We're happy to take this out of order if there's anyone in the audience who has a need.
Not very young, but young.
Can I get your name for the record?
I'm Kylie Hoover, and I live in Woodland Acres. I've mentioned my son Jack to you guys before. Here he is today with me. Jack is in kindergarten at Tyndale. Jack and I are here today to ask you to increase Tyndale's use permit to 80 students. Today I wanted to tell you why I think Tyndale is a good school and Barton Street is a good location. First, Tyndale School has quite literally been an answer to our prayers. Jack is our oldest kid, and thinking about sending him to all-day big kids school was a little daunting. But when we were introduced to the vision for Tyndale, the small class size, the day structured with core academics in the morning and hands-on experiential learning in the afternoons, we knew it was going to be a great fit for our son. And it truly has been. Jack has grown into a confident, eager learner, and his creativity continues to soar. Tyndale isn't just a good school, it's a great school. And it's also in a great location. One of Jack's favorite things is Monday afternoons when his class gets to make the short walk over to Rocky Run Park. And I'm so grateful for the school's central location because it allows me to do morning drop-off on my way into the city. I know there were initially concerns about parking and traffic, but my experience is that those concerns really haven't come to fruition. I've said this before, but I've never had to idle or park or wait on Barton Street ever in all of the mornings of drop-off I've done. I've heard more recently some concerns about the noise at recess because of neighbors who work from home. I have a splash pad outside the window of my office on the DC Wharf, so I understand that concern. But if Tyndale has to find a location in Arlington where no neighbors work from home, I fear we wouldn't find a home in Arlington at all. And that would be a real shame because as an Arlington resident, I'm so grateful to have Tyndale as a choice close to our home. And I know there are other Arlington families who would love to be a part of our school community. So thank you for allowing Tyndale School to open its doors this past year. And I urge you to increase Tyndale's enrollment cap to 80 students so that we can sustainably grow and continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoover. My offer to testify a little bit ahead of the queue if you have a child to manage stands.
And as before, if I could just get your name for the record.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Laura Morgan. I've gotten to speak
Hi,
with
Ms.
you all
Morgan.
before. I'm a fourth generation Arlingtonian. This is 2/3 of Generation 5. My son is in kindergarten at Tyndale, and we love getting to send him to school there each day. We feel that he's safe and growing and flourishing in a small classroom, low-tech school environment. I love to see that the students are active, outside playing, engaged, and joyful every day. And he says his favorite thing is basketball, right, James? Yeah, he has a smile on his face. And Maggie and Hannah here helped me volunteer in the library. They're future Tyndale students. And I hope that the school can continue to grow and that they can also be students at Tyndale someday as well.
Thank you for your testimony, all three of you. The next speaker.
Thank you for letting us go early. It makes it less distracting for everyone around us. I'm Adrienne Salyards. This is Calvin. Calvin, say hello. This is... Hello! Okay. I have a rising kindergartner. We'd love to send him to Tyndale if we get the chance, although it does seem crucial that the cap be lifted so that there would be enough space for us. And before I go any further, I just want to say, JD, it's great to see you on the board. I met you a couple times at SUSMO events, and I appreciate your work on housing. I think there's a lot coming up to do. And Ms. Coffey, I appreciate your work on abundance for housing. It's very important to me, and you had my vote. First, because I don't get around in Arlington with a car, I primarily get around in other ways. I'm sympathetic to the neighborhood's concerns about car traffic. That seems very critical to me. My husband lost the ability to drive a couple years ago, and we had to trade in our car for a cargo bike, and now we call that our minivan. We had a close call in Clarendon last summer, actually, so I'm very sympathetic to doing everything we can to reduce the amount of cars on the road. It seems to me that the way Arlington County, the way you all have chosen to go about that is the right way, which is Vision Zero, which you guys adopted 5 years ago. Incredible work being done, and for me, that has made a huge difference in my family. It's not abstract, it's a daily life and death concern for me, so thank you. But one reason I'm particularly interested in Tyndale is because of its location. It's located right in a very dense network of ways to get around without a car. I'm coming from Roslyn, so kind of jumping on the ART 45 or getting on my bike, it's very safe. It's safe enough actually that I was able to take a 10-year-old on her bike back with me to my house. She's my niece. And it was her first time riding on the streets, and the incredible safety work that you guys have done in Wilson and Clarendon Boulevard made that possible for a 10-year-old to ride her bike home. So when I hear people talking about increasing the enrollment cap to 80, I think people think instantly 80 cars. I just want to say that's not likely. You know, I'm already seeing a lot of carpooling. There's a lot of siblings, and then there's families like me that can't even use a car. And Tyndale has made that very possible for us. Let's see. Yes. So it seems to me that the way we can address the neighbors' concerns, which I'm sympathetic to, is definitely doubling down on our efforts to make North Barton safer. It is busy, and it connects to 10th Street, which is one of the major ways to get onto a local arterial. And these neighborhood kids have to cross 10th Street to get to Rocky Run, which is very attractive. Everyone wants to get to Rocky Run. But the way we can make that safer is not by kneecapping a local independent elementary school before they've even gotten a chance to have a year of enrollment. I'd much rather see improvements to that intersection and other things we could do to slow traffic than attack a little school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salyards. And company. The next
If there
speaker.
are none others, we will return back to the order. Next on the list for 2 minutes was Reverend Aaron Horn.
Good morning. My name is Erin Horn. This is my daughter, Ryan. She's a second grader at Tyndale. I'm a Presbyterian minister, and my husband serves in the U.S. Navy, and I'd like to share with you why Tyndale has been a gift to our family who relocates frequently. We move a lot, and the last 2 moves have been particularly difficult for my second grader. Lots of tears over leaving friends, and particularly her last school community. This has been, for context, Ryan's 5th home in 8 years. So we knew this time we really needed a soft place to land for her, a place where she would immediately feel known and a sense of belonging. Our neighborhood school has a low academic score for poorly performing students, unfortunately, but in Northern Virginia, it's in a zip code as a family of 7 we can afford. So for us, it was a non-starter to send her to a poorly performing academic school. We didn't feel like that was fair to our daughter. Tyndale has provided 2 things for our family and has enabled us to attend a private school through financial aid, which we're really appreciative of. A place where my child was immediately known. We moved in the summer, which is so painful for military kids because she has an August birthday. Who are you going to invite to your birthday party? Well, it's a small school and a school that's intent on building community. So without ever meeting anyone, I shot out texts from the directory in the school, and Ryan had a birthday party with 9 strangers who came, who would then become her friends. As a community, I can lean on people because it's small. My husband travels a lot for work. And I can ask for a carpool or, oh my gosh, can Ryan go home with your family? And that's a really big deal to us. As I said, I have 5 kids, including 3 triplets who are 3 years old, and it's insane. So a small, tightly knit community serves us. I'd like to cede the rest of my time to Ryan. She has a few sentences she would like to read.
Thank you for having me. I'm Ryan, and I go to Tyndale School. It's a really fun place. We might not have a playground, but it's still pretty fun. So I think that Tyndale should grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anne Marie Salvatelli.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all. I live directly across from the Tyndale School, and I oppose and have concerns about the expansion of the school to 80 students. Our neighbors have feel that they have been characterized by the school at times as mostly a group of rental home residents who don't care about property of parents and let trash blow around the streets. Our neighborhood is a caring community where people look out for each other, whether it's owners or renters. We come together in times of need and support through different acts of kindness. For instance, when someone's going through a tough time, like mourning the loss of a loved one, we've had a neighbor bring dinners over to lessen that burden. During snow periods, residents have helped each other clear sidewalks and driveways to ensure that folks can safely get around. Even small gestures like putting away a trash bin for someone who's out of town or helping care for neighbors' pets when they are busy or unwell are common acts of kindness that I've witnessed and experienced in our neighborhood. We care about our neighborhood and the traffic that comes in and out on North Barton Street. North Barton Street has parking on both sides. It does not have a designated bike path from 10th Street coming down to North Pershing. And we also have a bus route with the Metro Art in Georgetown University. In addition, residents will soon be impacted by the construction of ARVA, an 8-story, 251-unit building at Arlington Boulevard and North Pershing Drive. We ask the county to continue with its precedent of requiring a traffic study independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salvitelli. I'm sorry that the time was not sufficient.
Our next speaker is Morna Como, followed by Lydia Vogt.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me again. By now, you've probably seen enough of me. This is my third time speaking in front of you, so I won't bore you with my long Arlington pedigree, only that I'm a grandmother of one and prospective 2 Tyndale students and also the neighbor of several Tyndale families. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal had a front-page article entitled "Screens Are Taking Over American Classrooms." There are good and not so good and damaging aspects to using screens in school. Tyndale is a thoughtful, low-tech screen school, and I feel like that ought to be also considered because Arlington families, I know my own daughter chose Tyndale in part for that reason. She's a teacher, and she was teaching in Arlington County schools when the iPad was first given to kindergartners, and she felt like it was an immediate change in the classroom and one that she was concerned about even back in those days. So I feel like Arlington families ought to have a choice, and this is a good one. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you 3 times, and I'm hopeful that you'll increase the enrollment from 40 to 80 for Tyndale School. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lydia Vogt, followed by Harper Tomlinson.
Good morning. Thanks
Good morning.
for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lydia Vogt. I'm an Arlington resident, and I also work in the Arlington office of a global anti-human trafficking nonprofit, so I have a strong appreciation for community impact. I have 2 boys at Tyndale. Tucker is in 5th grade and Gabe is in 3rd grade. And before they were at Tyndale, we were commuting to Vienna to find a program similar to Tyndale's offerings, which was not sustainable for our family long term, and it was pulling our time away from the community, the Arlington community that we love. Rarely does a child want to change schools. Our boys were no exception. They were very upset and angry at us. But before before the end of the first week, they loved Tyndale, loved their teachers, which I just think is such a testament to how the staff brought the students together. And as an Arlington resident, by having access to the whole child development educational program at Tyndall, it's allowed us to reinvest back into our broader Arlington community. We shop in Arlington now, we're joining Arlington sports and activities, and we're bonding with new community members that we didn't have access to by virtue of a bulk of our time being in Vienna. My day job is in people strategy and experience, and I've been so impressed by Tyndale's engagement with the community and their operations. Everything has run so smoothly and clearly that I've commented several times to others that you'd never know. Oh, shoot.
30 seconds.
Oh, I have 30 seconds. Okay, so I would just like to commend the expertise and talent embodied by the small but mighty Tyndale staff, not only as educators, mindful community builders. And I know that they've engaged with the community in such meaningful ways. I would also like to speak to carpool. I've only seen 1 or 2 cars when I've been pulling through, so I don't think that will be a long-term issue. But I hope you'll find Tyndale a goodwill neighbor and asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. For all speakers, there is a little traffic light regime here. Green is green, yellow is not red, and red is red.
And there is a warning bell at 30 seconds, just to let you know. Our next speaker is Harper Tomlinson, followed by John Como.
Good morning.
My name is Harper Tomlinson, and I am in 2nd grade at Tyndale Christian School. My favorite subjects in school are art and math. In art, I have been able to recreate Van Gogh's Starry Night in Flowers. It doesn't get more classic than that. I like math because it is really fun and I enjoy solving problems. Tyndale is giving me the tools I need to be a good person and to live in service to God. Please let my school stay open on North Button Street.
Thank you, Harper.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson. Our next speaker is John Como, followed by Eric Wolf.
Hi, I'm John Como. My mom spoke earlier, so I'm sure, as you all know, me and my siblings all grew up through Arlington County Schools, Jamestown, Williamsburg, and Yorktown. But one thing I don't know if she shared was that with big schools, it can also be easy to slip through the cracks, and I know that was the case with my brother in some respects. But fortunately, Arlington offered other options. At the time, there was something called the ACE program with the Career Center that he attended, and then he ended up finishing school at Langston, the community center. So as his younger sibling, I was able to see the ways that different education was able to accommodate him and work with him. And I hope that Arlington kind of continues in that modus operandi, being willing to work with families that are seeking something different, seeking something that's a better fit for their children so that they can, if they're not thriving in the Arlington schools, there are other alternative options in addition to the ones that Arlington County itself provides very graciously. And I would say that through that alternative option, he was able to get his feet under himself and move on and thrive in college. And I hope Tyndale can be a great option for these students, and as well, if I'm fortunate enough to stay in Arlington and raise a family here, I'd love to be able to seek out different options for each kid and figure out what works best for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Wolf, followed by Stephanie Vogelsang. My apologies.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Eric Wolf. I live on Old Glebe Road here in Arlington. And in getting ready for this, and thank you for your time, I found this from the Arlington Parents for Education about Arlington Public Schools must reduce class sizes. And it does show that research shows that smaller class sizes are one of the few reforms proven through rigorous evidence to increase student achievement. I'm not going to try to read all this, by the way. But it also cites the Brookings research that says, talks about large class size reductions can have significant long-term effects on student achievement and other meaningful outcomes. And it also helps those from less advantaged family backgrounds having those smaller class sizes. So for myself, I just feel like by Tyndall going from 40 to 80 students, it can assist the county with their class size issues, along with giving our small class sizes. And it doesn't cost the county any more money to benefit all the students in getting the best possible education here in Arlington County. And as well as if it stays at the 40 and they're forced to increase tuition in order to continue, for myself, I don't know if our family could afford it. So for us, it's a financial thing as well. And then this is one of my two daughters that goes there. She's a first grader. Want to say hi?
Hi.
Tell them what you like about Tyndall.
I liked it because I make friends each day and it's fun because each day is fun.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Vogelzang, followed by our 3-minute speakers, beginning with Alyssa DeCuna.
Good morning. Nice to see you again. I think this is our third or fourth time being here, so I won't repeat myself, but I just want to thank you for everything you've done to consider us. Thank you, Cedric, for coming out to visit and all the work you've put into it. As I remarked at last month's meeting, we really love our location. It was an old church that's fit for purpose. It even looks like a school on the inside. And we love that we can keep that building in existence in its current function. We also humbly request that you approve our application for 80. Let me tell you, as someone who's on the administration, a board member, it's very stressful to think about how to cover costs. We are a nonprofit, and 40 students does not cover our costs. So we are trying to keep tuition low as possible. We give 15%, even though we're not in the green. We've given 15%, you've heard, of tuition assistance to people. And that's a dedication we want to keep. And we would hate to have to look at rising costs. So we're doing everything we can to be an affordable alternative option. And I think you've heard our children are really happy. I have 2 children that are thriving there. We have significant interest in the school. You've also heard about siblings wanting to join their older brothers or sisters, and that won't be possible unless our cap is increased. So we started by asking for 135 children. We felt that we've been really good faith neighbors trying to work with people, going back and forth. 40 just seemed really low. So 80 to us seems completely within reason. And I'd just lastly like to say that I am frequently helping with carpool, and I would reiterate, we have never had anyone waiting on the road. And as a person working with Kimberly, nothing strikes more terror in us than when we get more than 3 cars in a row. I can attest that people are carpooling, walking, parking in alternative sites. Thank you for considering us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, speaking for 3 minutes, is Alyssa DeCuna, followed by David Andrukonis.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here today. I am a Tyndale parent and board member. I'm a longtime Arlington resident, and I'm passionate about expanding opportunities for our young people, educational opportunities. My husband and I are also Arlington County foster parents. We're deeply invested in the future of our young people in Arlington. I can speak briefly to the carpooling point. We currently have 23 families that attend Tyndale, and far fewer cars than that on a normal basis. I can say this with certainty because my husband and I carpool with 5 other families on a rotating basis. So we're very thoughtful in ensuring that we reduce the traffic flow. Both of my daughters, who are here with me today, who are Tyndale students, have also gotten to and from school by both the bus and bicycle. So I'd like to turn the floor over to first Naomi, my second grader. Naomi, why would you like the county board to increase the cap?
So that my little brother can come to school, because I would have really fun. I would have a lot of fun playing with him at recess, and I think he would have a lot of fun learning about weather in kindergarten.
Yes, we're very excited about weather in kindergarten right now. Eleanor is my 4th grader. Eleanor, why would you like the county board to increase the cap?
I would like that because I could have more of my friends to come to Tyndale, and we can learn more things, and we can have more options for kids at Tyndale and kids at Arlington.
Thank you. So again, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which the board has approached this issue. We're very grateful. We appreciate the time and opportunity to be here, and would just really encourage you to continue expanding these opportunities for Arlington young people. As we have discussed in prior testimony, we are committed to making this very affordable for any Arlington family that wants to attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Segura. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is David Andrukonis, followed by John Musso. Oh, I believe your microphone is muted. If I could get you to push the button in the middle of it for me.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Did I get it? Hi. My name is David Andrukonis. I appreciate the chance to speak with you again regarding Tyndale Christian School. In past meetings, I've highlighted the facts that I have 3 grandchildren attending Tyndale School, how happy they are at the school, and how hard the school has worked to be good neighbors on Barton Street. Tyndale continues to be an excellent school for my grandchildren and to work hard at being a good neighbor. I wish we had unanimous support for increasing the school size to 80 students. We don't. But I have been heartened by the increasing support I feel among our neighbors for the school and the services it is providing. Today, I would like to briefly describe how I see Tyndale being an asset for the neighborhood and Arlington County as a whole. Ever since Tyndale began leasing the church and the adjacent house on Barton Street, we have spent tens of thousands of dollars improving the property and getting it ready to be a school. We added new doors, improved the windows, refinished floors, replaced bathroom fixtures, painted the walls, acquired furniture, enhanced security, and on and on and on. We have built a school we are proud of and happy to show off. The school has been very successful, and more families are looking to enroll, which is perhaps the best indicator that the school is benefiting Arlington and its residents. I hope you have been hearing from some of them. I'm sure you will hear from more of them if the school is allowed to serve more families. I think Tyndale is also an asset to the people who live on the street because the property is being nicely maintained and watched instead of sitting vacant. It has street parking in front of the 2 buildings that can accommodate up to 7 cars, but rarely uses space for more than 2. While there is some additional noise during the day from children playing outside, there's not a sound coming from the school in the evenings, during the weekends, or all summer long. And while Barton is a busy street, the traffic load from the school is minimal, always monitored, and substantially limited to 2 short periods a day. Finally, the school has reached out to all its neighbors and the broader communities to seek ways to address any concerns. In short, the school has lived up to its stated goal to be a good neighbor and an asset to the community. I've spent half of my working life in finance and investments, and the other half as a teacher and principal. I think the most important investment a community can make is in the education and well-being of its children. Thus, I am so grateful to the families and individual donors who are investing in this school and the children who attend it. Because of them, the school can pay its teachers well and keep tuition affordable. It hasn't been easy, but I'm convinced it's worth the investment. I strongly encourage the board to allow Tyndale School to increase its enrollment to 80 students and provide another quality education alternative to more families in Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Musso, followed by Betty Lowry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Carantonis and members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to urge you all to please adopt this use permit amendment, increasing the enrollment at Tyndale Christian School to 80 students with the use permit review in 18 months. Tyndale Christian School has chosen to plant its roots right here in Arlington, and the Arlington Chamber is committed to ensuring that all businesses and nonprofits have the support and the relevant regulatory framework to operate here, grow, and thrive. And this use permit amendment is a great step in the right direction to ensuring specifically that Tyndale Christian School has the sufficient amount of enrollment to operate and thrive right here in Arlington. We're very encouraged by the conversations that they've already had with the community and the conversations that they've had with staff to resolve any possible lingering issues with operation, and we're fully confident that the future of this school will be one where it's a solid, great contribution to Arlington and the educational community here, and we urge you all to please adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Betty Lowry, followed by Chris Cummo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. My name is Betty Lowry. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am in fourth
Eddie,
grade.
can you come a little bit closer to the microphone?
Yep,
Yeah,
of course.
that's far better. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm in fourth grade and I'm currently enjoying my year at Tyndale Christian School. I enjoy several things about my school. I especially enjoy English language arts. We are currently learning the Song of Hiawatha, and I like trying to pronounce all the different names. We get a new recitation packet every month, and this one is my favorite by far. Though it has discipline, the school helps me by giving me the freedom to decide things myself. And my teachers teach me to love the Lord and love my neighbor as myself. I am thankful for all that Tyndale has given me, and I hope that other students can enjoy the school like I do. Please allow the school to remain open and grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Cummo, followed by Siobhan Dupuy.
Great. Yeah?
Yeah, I'd say so. All right. Hello, I'm Chris Cummo. I'm actually one of 5 generations of Arlingtonians in my family. We currently have 4 generations living in Arlington. You met my daughter, Laura, with her 2 daughters up here, and I am obviously a Tyndale grandparent. My grandson, James, is in kindergarten there. And I'm hoping that with an increase to 80 students, that would allow for my 2 granddaughters also to attend Tyndale. So I am also an architect, and I appreciate the fact that we can reuse an existing building, repurpose it, and as opposed to tearing it down and building these massive houses that often is the case where the property is maxed out side to side in height and depth. So I feel like a repurposing is a practical thing to do on this property. And I just think it's important for families to have choices, different options for different types of schools. And with Tyndale having the small classrooms, the low technology, and the classic education, that's the kind of thing I want to see for my grandchildren and beyond. So I haven't used much time, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, Siobhan Dupuy, followed by Bob Elkstrom.
Hello, my name is Julie Guzzo. Siobhan is sick with the flu and has asked me to read her testimony with permission. I'd like to do that for her.
That's okay.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Siobhan Dupuy. I live next to Tyndale School on 3rd Street North. My family are longtime Lion Park residents. This is my 3rd time speaking in support of Tyndale School. I support Tyndale School and this expansion request wholeheartedly. I request that the county allow Tyndale School the student body numbers necessary to sustain the school and to meet the needs of our neighbors who would like to enroll. I support Tyndale having 80 students, which I think is quite modest still. If the county would consider, I also support enrollment of 100 students to meet the ebb and flow of students and families. This school is thriving and meeting a need in Arlington. Tyndale School needs to be able to field a kindergarten class, expand to middle school grades, and of course have the capacity to take in the families that find this wonderful school and are ready to join right now. The only way this is possible is with the county granting the school the ability to expand its enrollment numbers. I have not noticed an increase in noise or traffic on account of Tyndale School. The pickup and drop-off runs so smoothly. I see it in action as I commute to work or drop my own kids off at a Catholic school 20 minutes away. Tyndale School is a respectful Lion Park neighbor and seeks to facilitate continued conversation with the neighborhood to assure it is being a good neighbor. These Tyndale School Arlingtonians are our county's future. As the county continues to redevelop and expand affordable living spaces, I am confident that Tyndale School will support students living right here in our apartments, condos, and single-family homes. If my family joined, we would walk, and what a treat that would be. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for granting this Tyndale School request before you. Sincerely, Siobhan DuPois, Lion Park neighbor. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Bob Ekstrom, followed by Ann Tomlinson.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Bob Ekstrom. I am the manager of operations at Tyndale and also the PE coach. I've got a son, a second grader there. He wanted to be here today. Unfortunately, he had wrestling practice. But I talked last month and kind of gave my testimony about how great this school is. And it's really changed our family and especially my son. It's made a huge impact on his life. And as manager, I know that we can facilitate 40 more students at the school. We have plenty of room for that. Traffic, I do drop off and pick up every day. I haven't seen any issues whatsoever. And I just really would love for you guys to raise the cap to 80 so other families could experience what I've experienced this year. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom.
Our next speaker is Ann Tomlinson, followed by Mark Savatelli.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Tomlinson, and I'm an Arlington resident and parent of 2 Tyndale students and 1 future student. Thank you for allowing me to participate remotely. I'm home with 2 sick kids, and you heard from Matt Harper earlier. I'm very proud of her. Today, I'd like to share why my family has chosen a classical Christian education and why Tyndale is a good fit and worthy addition to the Arlington community. The core of a classical education is the trivium, which is Latin for three ways or 3 roads. It was practiced during Greco-Roman times, formalized in the medieval and Renaissance periods, and nearly universally embraced by educators in the English-speaking world until the early 20th century. The trivium is comprised of 3 parts or stages: grammar, logic, and rhetoric. The grammar stage is characterized by memorizing a broad range of facts and soaking in knowledge. The grammar of any subject area is its facts. For example, the grammar of math would be the memorization of math facts and formulas. Young children have a natural aptitude for memorization and repetition. It's astounding to see how much these youngest students can memorize: scripture, hymns, poetry, chants, and songs relating to every subject, not to mention the pride and joy it brings them to perform these recitations for family and friends. Next comes logic for the middle grades, in which students gain understanding by asking the how, what, and why of the grammar or facts that were previously learned. In this stage, children's capacity for abstract thought is rapidly expanding. The introduction of formal logic shifts the focus from facts to understanding relationships. Students learn to reason as they identify critical assumptions, logical fallacies, and inconsistencies. Last is the rhetoric stage for upper grades, which integrates grammar and logic into creative and persuasive communication. Students develop clarity and beauty of expression in speech, writing, and debate. In short, a classical education is a robust liberal arts education where language, mathematics, history, and the sciences are integrated in K-12 academics, with the great works, or classics, serving as the exemplary content. My family chose Tyndale because it offers our children a Christ-centered, holistic approach to schooling that encompasses mind, body, and spirit during their most formative years. I acknowledge that change can sometimes be difficult, but it can also be good and beautiful. Living in an urban environment comes with both conveniences and challenges, also constant change. Cars, buses, pedestrians, density, developments, traffic, noise, and yes, even children are a fact of life here. These children are the future of our society, and Tyndale is the ideal place for my children on their journey towards being thoughtful, productive, and loving members of this community. Having a diverse offering of quality educational options is a good thing for Arlington, and it is worth noting that there is only one other classical Christian school here. There are at least 3 in Alexandria City. For these reasons and many, many more, I ask you to raise Tyndale's enrollment cap so that the school can remain open in its current location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson.
Our next speaker is Mark Salvatelli, followed by Gayla Horn.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Salvatelli. I'm a near 30-year resident of Arlington County. And I want to talk to you today about my opposition to the school. And I ask you to keep in mind as you hear people talk today, no one confuses the issue about the school. It's a good school. What we oppose is the location. That's what you're being asked to consider today, not the quality of type of education that's being given, but the location. Now, I don't have the means to hire a hired gun attorney. I don't have the means to get the Chamber of Commerce to come speak on behalf of my neighborhood. But let me tell you what I observe every day. Someone who lives directly across the street from this school, not someone who says they live next door in 3rd Street, 4 blocks away. I've sent you all an email earlier this week, and contrary to Mr. Sunderland and contrary to testimony that you've heard today that says there's never a problem, I mentioned to Mr. DeFerenti in an open door that there are, in fact, violations. I sent you pictures of those. Pictures of cars parked in front of the flimsy fencing to separate the playground. What if there's a fire? God forbid the fire department be able to get in because we had a car parked there for over 40 minutes. And I can tell you it was 40 minutes because it was there when I went to get my hair cut. I walked, got my hair cut, walked back. The car was still there. Now, Mr. Sunderland, we talk about 4 parking spaces. Those 4 parking spaces are completely cut off. The fencing that goes up to protect the kids to play, because they're playing in a parking lot without playground equipment, those 4 parking spaces are useless during the day because no one can access them. Now, you've heard testimony about people being able to walk and to bike, and that is such the Arlington way. I fully support that. Here's the problem. The bike lane ends at 10th Street. That's dangerous. Barton Street is dangerous. I've lived there for almost 15 years, and I can tell you that it is a very high traffic area. But I want to bring one more thing to your attention, perhaps something that has not been discussed fully. That's the landlord, the Lion Park Fellowship. This fellowship is now basically nothing more than a venue renter. That's it. They're event space. They don't just rent it to the school, they rent it to others. I sent you pictures showing wall-to-wall cars in a venue that has for 4 people. And I will also remind you of this and say this in closing. We've heard that Tyndale strives to work with the community and be a good citizen. But yet, we had an immigrant family kicked out of the house that was by the landlord. And instead, we have 2 teachers living there now for a building that was supposed to be administrative. If they so cared about the community, perhaps I'd have to stop reporting them to the county for having license plates from out of state. They're not paying taxes and don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatelli.
Our next speaker is Gayla Horn, followed by Michael Horn.
Do you think it's high enough?
We can hear you. I believe it's high enough.
Hello, I live directly across from Tyndale. Along with my Citizens Association, I ask you to reject this use permit. Tyndale says it wants to be a good neighbor and brags about its outreach, but please consider what those effects look like from the perspective of Barton Street residents. Here are some examples. Details such as date and circumstance can be found in my January 22nd email to the board. Neighbors reported that parents are parking on Barton Street causing congestions. Tyndale said that wasn't happening. Neighbors expressed concern about the toys and balls hitting their houses and windows and landing in their yards. Tyndale said that wasn't happening. Neighbors reported being disturbed by noise from kids being outside throughout the day. Tyndale said that wasn't happening, though it eventually had to admit that in addition to recess, the kids are outside for field trips, ecology classes, phys ed, et cetera, and yes, throughout the day. Residents expressed concern that our neighbors were evicted on short notice from the small home on the property. Tyndale said that didn't happen. They then told a nice but quite untrue fairy story to the association membership that those residents had a year notice, were happy to move, bought a new house, and are quite happy. By the way, it turns out, if you've already heard, that after our friends were evicted, Tyndale let a teacher move into that house. There are some other things. Tyndale sponsored testimonials from people who don't have children at the school, who don't live in, and who seem unfamiliar with the immediate area, making a number of factually incorrect statements. Residents asked Tyndale if they could do noise baffling or if they had any noise management plans. Tyndale said no and no. Without permission, Tyndale obtained and shared Barton Street residents' private contact information with a non-employee of the school. Tyndale has made numerous public complaints about, one, all the money they've spent, and two, that they can't afford to be in business if they don't get a capacity increase, as if those are community problems. They are not. They are their problems. This community does not owe Tyndale a business, a job, or a livelihood. Tyndale heavily emphasizes that they are a Christian school. I certainly respect their beliefs, but I challenge the implications that such schools are an inherent benefit to and have a right to be in every neighborhood. Since last spring, Tyndale has variously stated that their capacity goal is 135, 240, 135, 80, 40, 80, 135, and now 80 again. So which is it? Denying our lived experiences, undermining the credibility of our concerns, using questionable testimonials, and telling fairy tales to shape public opinion are not the kinds of things that build trust. Unfortunately, what this school has taught us is to be skeptical about whatever they say. I urge the board, before you make this decision, to bring the same skepticism to what they're telling you. And I ask you to put the quality of life of the residents of Barton Street over the interests of an outside group who's just seeking benefits for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn.
Our next and final speaker is Michael Horn.
Good morning. I live directly across from Tyndale School, 2 doors down from Mark and Anne Marie, and not blocks away on 3rd Street. I emailed you on Thursday with supporting detail, including a photo showing a double parked car on Barton Street during pickup operations, which apparently never happens, but I have the photo. I'm a zero generation Arlingtonian whose last assignment in 21 years of Army service was at the Pentagon. I've now lived here for over 20 years. I would hope that the board weights my voice, vote, and tax dollars equally with those whose ancestors have lived here. And if they won't hold my newcomer status against me, I won't hold them responsible for past racial inequities in Arlington, particularly the schools, which are the topic today. I want to start by saying that a private school is by definition not a public benefit. It only benefits a privileged few who, because they have paid $14,000 a year for this private education, are often unwilling to financially support public schools. Arlington has an excellent public school system, and we should be careful not to undermine it by approving this permit. That said, I would be okay with Tyndale Private School in a suitable location, like we're approved in the consent agenda today. The overarching problem is that the North Barton site is not suitable for a school. It is wedged into an existing neighborhood. It has limited outdoor space, which will soon decrease when the required landscaping is completed. It doesn't have any loading space or adequate on-site parking. As you've heard, that's often closed off during the day, as the board report states, not just the neighbors. While proposing to be a 9-grade school, the filed floor plans only show 7 classrooms. To make pickup and drop-off viable, it uses a public alley in violation of the zoning ordinance, section 18.2. It brings traffic, parking issues, and noise to a residential neighborhood, which will soon have the Days Inn Arva development added to it, both of which will diminish the quality of life and property values of the neighbors. Approving the permit prioritizes the benefits to parents who live elsewhere over the impacts on the actual residents, who suffer all of the costs with few, if any, of the benefits. The school and staff hand wave away the noise and traffic, but I ask how many of the board, staff, faculty, and parents would want up to 40 to 80 additional cars coming down their street twice a day, or have to work through the noise of student recess and PE classes? I suspect the answer is none. I urge you to deny this permit, but if nothing else, before granting it, require Tyndale to do a traffic study which considers both the expanded school and the ARVA development, and direct staff to submit a report that looks at the impact of both the school and ARVA on the neighborhood instead of isolation. There is time before occupancy can be applied for in July. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other?
There are no further speakers.
Okay. Then, colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. So I think there are several, big buckets like transportation, parking, circulation, noise, neighborly relations, and other things. Colleagues, if you have questions, Mr. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Yeah. I do have a question actually regarding, I think it's for staff, Mr. Sutherland. It's regarding thinking through the noise issue and the noise question. We have generally applicable noise level limits. Can you talk a little bit about what are the work that staff did just to evaluate that area of concern that's been raised?
So the county has a noise ordinance which states what are the appropriate levels of noise at certain times during the day within certain zoning districts within the county. Staff has, when we have not studied noise per se, but it's generally noted that there will be some level of noise with a school or any type of activity because of the use of the facility is a congregate facility. So there'll be some type of noise. I know the kids are playing outside, so there's some type of noise to be expected, but we haven't went out there with decibel meters or anything like that. And for that to be adjudicated, code enforcement had to go out with noise meters and hear it, and it has to be above the noise decimal required, and then heard across the property lines.
Thank you. And
violation be issued.
This is not an issue that I had, for context, the noise issues that we have seen, to the manager's knowledge, and I believe maybe the applicant, and I did not know this before, so I appreciate having a chance to understand this, but where we've addressed noise in the past, it's been bars operating with high level of, and we've always been about compliance rather than enforcement. You have to, as I understand it, you have to, in order to enforce our noise ordinance, you would have to actually personally view it. Our police department would have to view it. So that's the context. It's bars that have outdoor live entertainment that goes on for hours where we've gotten in that situation, and then the police have gone out there. But I guess it would be to the applicant to just see, certainly when I work from home, I notice when there's noise. We all were kids once, so, and yet the point about, that Mr. Horn just made about, I try to put myself in the shoes of being next door, but maybe the applicant can describe a little bit the noise issue.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much, Vice Chair DeFronti. And if I may try to share my screen again. This is just to sort of summarize the noise issue, and Kimberly, please feel free to chime in. There are currently two 30-minute recess times and one physical education break. And again, if I could display the screen up on the thing. I don't know if it's, Mr. Clark, if that's easy. But on occasion, there may be teachers that take a small number of students, say a class of 12 to 14, out to outdoor recreation or for nature studies. And I think since first receiving a noise complaint from neighbors in September, Tyndale has self-monitored the noise. Now, it's not using any specific like county enforcement readers, but we have our own readers that we're able to do. And I guess none of Tyndale's internal noise readings, at least to the best of our knowledge, exceed the amount of noise that's permitted by the zoning ordinance. And so there's a continuous background noise of 60 decibels. That's sort of the ambient noise. And then there's also the peak levels of 95. And I think we range somewhere for outdoor during recess around 35.7 decibels. Oh, here it is on the screen. 35.7 decibels. And then for indoor recess, around 26 decibels. And then the bottom line is you can sort of see the ambient background noise along North Barton Street. There are buses, there are cars, there's trash pickups and things like that. And so I don't know, Kimberly, if you want to speak to anything more with that.
Sure. After hearing these complaints, we did do informal readings. We don't have high-tech equipment, but we did do decibel readings. The outdoor during recess, as Andrew mentioned, is 12 to 91 decibels. On average, we averaged 35, and that was me standing in the middle of the kids as they were playing recess. Then I went inside by my office window, which overlooks the playground, and took the indoor reading of 12 to 47, on average 26. And then I took ambient noise on Barton Street just by standing on Barton Street and measuring what it was when cars and trucks and buses went by, and that's the 12 to 100 with the average of 15. We are aware, particularly during summer months or beautiful weather, which I hope we have soon, that people working from home might have their windows open and hear it more. We do hope to get down to the park to ameliorate that a little bit more.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add that we are only there from 8 until 3. The times that noises are really difficult are evening. We're not there. You're not having ragers at night like bars or music clubs. And all summer, 3 months out of the year, there's no kids there. So this is kids are taking breaks during the day. It's only 40 students and it goes to 80 students. These are, compared to any other school, this is very small. We don't even have one full class. That's how small 40 students is. So I would just like to say that these complaints are not coming from the people that share the wall. They're coming from people across the street.
Thank you. I just want to be thorough, and I really appreciate you measuring to check and mindful that some days I don't mind any noise if I have less sleep or I'm at less at my best. Noise can frustrate me, but we do have our decibel levels in our system. Thanks very much.
Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I'm not sure if staff or the applicant would be more readily able to pull this up, but I think for me it would help to show the site map on the screen and kind of go over the flow of pickup and drop off, what is supposed to happen, what happens. I think obviously sometimes people do things wrong, and as well as where within the site recess and PE are happening. I think it just would be helpful to see.
And while he's bringing that up, if I may, just about pickup and drop-off procedures, we are unaware of any parents idling or blocking North Barton Street. The school, from a procedural perspective, always has a minimum of 2 staff present to supervise those pickup and drop-offs at, one's posted at the entrance and one's posted at the exit on the property. The school uses something called the School Pass app, which alerts the school as to when a parent or a guardian is in the vicinity to pick up the child, who that person is. There's a background check, it's verified, but that allows the school to be able to have a far more efficient, predictable pickup and drop off. There is space for 12 cars to queue on site back to back without any car, queuing onto North Barton Street. And that's entirely on our property. And there was a comment made about the alley. That is a public alley. We do not use it for queuing, or I'd say that Tyndale does not use it for queuing. It uses it for access, just like any other public street or alley would be for exiting purposes. And I think, Mr. Sutherland, you did come out at one point in time, I believe, maybe more, to observe the pickup and drop off, and did not observe any issues. And then also, I think you also, the school has a security camera that monitors everything that goes around, and you secure that footage and everything. And I don't think you've witnessed any parents queuing enough, but you might want to walk through the sort of
So the circulation route that you see on the diagram is how we ask parents to come down. We ask them to make a right turn only so that they're not blocking traffic from the other direction. That took about a week to make sure our parents weren't turning left in September. Yesterday or earlier this week, we actually had someone make a left turn during car line, which of course puts terror in me, but it was someone who got in car line accidentally and actually had no affiliation with the school. She just thought she was supposed to turn there. Unfortunately, she had to stay on car line before she could exit, but she was lovely about it. I stand on the corner. I don't know what the direction is, but where the enter, and Coach Bob stands on the corner. He's directing traffic to make sure traffic doesn't exit when there are cars coming. We don't want to pull out, and we want to make sure everything's safe. So the car line, both morning and afternoon car line, is monitored at least by 2 staff in the front and 1 staff in the back unloading students. We do use school pass, so our kids are ready to go. We know when a parent enters the geofence, and we have the child with the coats on, particularly in the winter months, standing at the door ready to load them and exit. I can't say never. I don't know when someone was double parked. I'm sorry about that. I will send an email out to parents, particularly if it's somebody that I can identify. But we don't load and unload on Barton Street. We unload behind the school, load and unload. So.
And to pick up on one other point, there are 7 unmarked parking spaces along the frontage of North Barton Street. There is a residential permit parking district. It doesn't include this site. On occasion, there might be a parent or a visitor that comes and parks on that public street, but we generally dissuade them from doing so. And I believe even during periods of special events, you ask your parents through emails and texts to park on North Pershing Street and not on Barton.
That's correct. I don't know if it's on. We send emails to our parents reminding them where they can park. We send a map showing them where there's parking on Pershing Street. We also have leased off-site parking just down at a business on Pershing where our faculty and staff park.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Painter, you said 12 cars back to back can fit. Is that just within the 2 sides of this square before you get to the alley, or does that include the alley as well?
Ms. Coffey, it is only on the church or on the school site itself, not on the alley.
Okay, great. And since we have the image up right now, can you show, or I think you're controlling the screen, but can you indicate where recess and other outdoor activities are taking place within the site?
So after Carline, by the way, the 4 spots, we tell parents if you come, you can use those 4 spots in the morning, but a fence does go up at 10:30. That's before our morning recess. It comes down after morning recess, and it goes back up at 12:30 for the afternoon recess. The kids play on the blacktop exactly where the cursor is, above that, Cedric. They play on the blacktop there and down the side. They also play on the green space, which is behind the house. There's a grassy area. There are several snowmen there and a snow fort. So they play there as well.
And I can just speak to that as a parent. There is absolutely plenty of room for them to be playing. And in fact, it's led a whole philosophy of classical education is the idea to create creativity. It's this buffer against anxiety to let our kids be using their minds and all kinds of creativity. So cardboard and their hands. So they're doing a lot of Foursquare. They're doing Gaga Ball. My daughter came home and said they made up a new tag game, right? It's called Wild Wild West Tag. I mean, there's the creativity of using a limited amount of space actually has been wonderful for my children. And they go off-site to the park down the road. And that's one thing. On the one hand, everyone wants us to be safe, so we put up the gate, and then we get yelled at because people can't get through it and we can't get down to the park. One of the things we're really trying to do is help our children learn how to live in an urban environment safely. And that includes walking as a class down to the park walking back. These things used to happen where children were able to go out and your mom would say, come home when the light comes on. So the kids are loving it and they're having plenty of space to play. We had one complaint when a ball went over the neighbor's fence. They were very unhappy. We apologized. They gave us the ball back. The other neighbors have never had a complaint. Our children, almost sadly, are aware of how careful they have to be around the neighbors. It hurts my heart sometimes that we have to warn them that heaven forbid your ball go over. So they are very careful, and by that white house is where they try to play with those things so they don't go over the fence. And those neighbors have moved now as well. So anyone who moves in knows that there's a school next door now.
Thank you. Colleagues, and Ms. Coffey.
I mean, I can continue my questions. I don't know how we're handling this at this point.
I see only your light on. Yes, Mrs. Payne, when you want to ask a question, please indicate. Yes, and then I would say Mrs. Payne, Ms. Cunningham, and then back to you, Ms. Coffey.
So I think this question is going to be more directed towards the applicant. We've heard a lot of concerns about engagement. I think there was also a slide that you put up. Can you talk a little bit about, lay out the engagement that you've had with the community, and also anything you may have done to perhaps mitigate factors where people are saying, hey, we haven't heard from you. There's some saying that they've heard from you, some said they have not. I think you had a timeline of your engagement. Can you show that again so we
Certainly.
can take a look at it?
And while it's coming up, if I may, it might have been upon my suggestion, but there was a letter that was written to the Civic Association immediately following, or the week after the approval back in June. Basically saying, look, we are your new neighbors. We're excited to be a part of the Lion Park community. And due to the concerns that were raised, because at the June public hearing, there were a lot of people in opposition that spoke from the Lion Park Civic Association. And we didn't want to discount anything that they were saying. And the idea really was to create sort of an ad hoc working group about issues along North Barton Street, because it's more than just a school coming here. There are issues, as we've heard from some of the neighbors, with traffic congestion and lack of bike lanes along 10th Street, et cetera. And so the idea really was to have sort of a working group, ad hoc working group that could address issues. Some of that actually appeared in the conditions of approval, where we were required to have a community liaison. So the idea was to introduce Ms. Johns as that community liaison, and then again create that working group. The Civic Association has not yet taken the school up on that offer, but it's an open offer. And then Kimberly, you've attended all of the Lion Park Civic Association meetings. There's been a series of outreach efforts, going door to door, and other touch points, which are shown on the screen. But Kimberly, do you want to take over on that?
So I do attend all the Lion Park Civic Association meetings, along with the president of Lion Park Civic Association, Michael Kunkler. I've offered to be part of a Barton Street working group to address material concerns, impact that Tyndale School is having on North Barton Street. We really do want to be good neighbors. We want to address these concerns, but we also have to have that kind of working relationship so that we can do that. Right now, I think you've received letters from some of our immediately adjacent neighbors and one across the street who've taken us up on those offers. We sent certified letters to all of our adjacent neighbors, people who touch the property and are right across the street from us, as part of our use permit conditions this summer. We did email outreach because we were CC'd on a complaint. So we used those email addresses that we received because we were CC'd on a complaint to reach out saying, we'd love to talk to you. Please let us know if there's anything we can do. That did upset a couple of the neighbors. I think you heard from one today who was upset that we had received those email addresses. We have gone door to door to our neighbors, asking what we can do, letting them know where we are, handing out a communication phone number and email addresses. So we remain committed to being good neighbors, Mr. Spain, but that requires two-way. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that's what I wanted to get at. I think in all of these endeavors we'll be doing here in the county is we got to find sometimes the compromise, the sweet spot, right? And I just want to thank you for your outreach and your efforts, and I hope that this relationship builds and some great things come out of that. Back over to you.
Yeah, just following up on that, I think we did hear from at least one neighbor who felt they hadn't heard from you and that they were home most of the time and checked their mail and that sort of thing. Can you comment on any thoughts about that particular one?
The one who spoke today? Ms. McWhort, yes. So I believe that David Androkonis and Jessica Swanson did go to their house and talk to them, at least maybe outside. David and Jessica can speak to that. I think it was in October. We also were at the December LPCA Civic Association meeting where they were, and at that meeting, I offered to have any conversations as well.
But if there's any misunderstanding on this, we're happy to own that.
Absolutely.
And redouble our efforts to reach out to that family.
Great. I think the next topic is really like back on the traffic study and the question of safety along Barton in general, it sounds like. And I live right next to a school and I have the same, boy, the county manager's heard from me for a decade about solving problems there. So I hear you, but can you share a little bit about, like, have we had accidents in that area or in the intersections adjacent before the school, after the school, and then what is the obligation and plan around traffic study?
So for in terms of accidents and things of that sort, I have reached out to DES to see if there were any accidents or any complaints received about traffic in the area during the review of the use permit for 40. They had not received any of those complaints, and so or noticed any traffic incidents related to the school and their operations. In terms of a traffic study, we usually see these with larger public schools where you're expecting 600 students and 20 buses and the whole gamut of what we traditionally think a school is. Something as small as this, it can more like a child care center. We don't typically see traffic studies with this, but if one were to be required or something like that, our DES partners will review it for sufficiency.
Okay, so we don't have any use permit conditions or plan to require a traffic study at this time?
Not to my knowledge. I would have to look at the ordinance and check again.
I can help out with that. We actually do. The conditions do require them to have a transportation management plan in place. That is a very specific plan where we've outlined a number of procedures regarding not just pickup and drop-off procedures, but also parking options. You also see further amendments to the conditions with this amendment, including the requirement for additional off-site parking spaces. So no, with use permits of this magnitude, the ordinance does not require a traffic impact analysis provided like you would see for larger site plans, but it does, this use does require the submission of a transportation management plan, which has been submitted and has been reviewed and is on file. But those procedures are required, and I do believe they are in place.
Great, thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Back to me. I was just perusing the Vision Zero crash analysis dashboard, which I will say shows 3 accidents at the intersection of Barton and 10th, but none since 2019. So I think that supports what staff has found as well. Can we talk a little bit from the applicant side about what proportion, and you might not know these exact numbers, of your students come from families that are within Arlington versus families that live outside of Arlington?
So over half, I would estimate about 65% of our families are Arlington residents. The others are very closely adjacent to Arlington.
Thank you. And have you had any issues in terms of safety concerns or complaints from your parents' families, students?
None.
Okay. I know that, as you expand, there will need to be more adults on site as well as children on site. Do you have intended adult-to-child ratios, and do you know the total number of on-site adults there would be with 80 students?
That's on. Right now, we have very low student-to-adult ratio. I estimate 5 to 1, simply because we're only 40 students. That number would obviously increase. We cap max class sizes at 15 students, but there are other adults on site, including Coach Bob, who's there as our facilities manager, and myself, that don't we're not teachers, but we are adults on site. We require at least 2 adults to go off-site with the students. In the older grades, we require at least 3 adults to go off-site with the younger students at the current grade sizes. So in kindergarten, we require a 6-to-1 student to teacher or adult ratio when we go off-site. There are always 2 adults outside with the students when they are on the blacktop, because as you could see, we have that U shape, so we want an adult to be able to see down the corridor each side of the building.
Thank you. And I know that one of the new conditions for the considered under the expanded use permit would be leasing off-site parking. Can you talk about your progress in?
Sure, we already lease off-site parking, so we would continue that arrangement.
Okay, great. Let's see. A question for staff. One of the conditions of the proposed expanded use permit would require an expanded certificate of occupancy that would occur over the summer. What, from staff's perspective, would happen if there is a violation of any of the site conditions between now and the expanded certificate of occupancy?
Between that time, they would still be required under the current use permit for 40 and the current certificate of occupancy. If there is found a violation, they'll get a notice of violation for correction at that time. If they don't come into compliance, then they will start being issued tickets. At that point, staff would be notified that, that there's scofflaw per se, and that may trigger a recommendation to bring this back earlier than required for the board's consideration.
Great, so there will be more monitoring to come is what I'm taking away from that. And last question, who is responsible for enforcing outside of school hours, the no church service and whatnot? My understanding is that the school is leasing from a property owner and so does not control the property owner's choices. So who, is the school supposed to be enforcing on the property owner that they don't continue the church use? Are we enforcing that on the property owner? Can we just go into that a little bit?
Right. So the zoning ordinance, the zoning enforcement and code enforcement would enforce any other use of the property that the property owner wishes to use the site for. So should they require a certificate of occupancy, then they would have to go through that manner. And if there is found to be a violation and they don't have that, then the property owner would be subject to enforcement by either zoning and or code enforcement.
Okay, so community members who have concerns about the weekend church use should talk to zoning and code enforcement with the county, and that is a separate action from this use permit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass along.
Thank you. Vice Chair DeFerrari.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you covered a couple of my questions. And so I'm just focused in the slide deck you had, and there's been a few of the folks who wrote in and testified who had concerns about safety. And I just want to I think of it in 2 levels. If you're a parent, you care about the safety of your own child. If you're a teacher, you care about it or administrator, you care about it on multiple levels because you're human and you want to care about the kids, and also because that is the business of the work of the school. The conditions, all I really see, and it seems appropriate to me, is that we have that first condition on page 9 of the staff report sort of talks about, fire prevention. And I don't know if this is for you, Mr. Sutherland, or Mr. Schreiber, or both of you, but sort of we have fire prevention, we have health regulations. Those are meant to provide for safety. Can you talk a little bit more about any work you did related to safety and how we approach those issues? Because we're not operating the school at all, but we do have to make sure we have a sort of a baseline safety that we're try to protect.
Right. So from the zoning ordinance standpoint, there isn't a requirement for fencing or anything like that. They can install it in accordance with the provisions of the zoning ordinance and the building code. As to whether fire prevention or any other agency not under the purview of CPHD has any regulations about safety, I'm not aware of that. And this is not subject to the Child Care Office or State Board of Education, probably in limited capacity due to their status as a private religious institution.
Great, that's helpful. I don't know, does that cover everything? Just because, Mr. Schreiber, you've got the glory of a ton of site plans over the course of your time at the county, and mindful you're the expert on this individual, is there any context you can add overall on sort of how we approach safety on a zoning and health, safety, and welfare is our basis for doing zoning, but just any context that you might be able to provide, Mr. Schreiber? We don't get into the weeds of exactly how the flow of kids goes in the hallways, but is there any context you could provide?
Sure. So I would just speak to, obviously, there's just a general, public health, safety, welfare, codes and ordinances. But in particular, regarding safety, I think the concern that we've heard today and with previous reviews of this is regarding pickup and drop-off procedures and then parking. That is something that we did evaluate with this application at the 40 students as well as the expansion up to 80. They have provided a parking circulation plan, which is on file with the zoning administrator. That is something that we reviewed, we were supportive of. They have conditions that require that those parking management procedures, pickup drop-off as well, be operated in a certain fashion with those procedures provided to all of their parents as well as kept on file. And so they do have staff members, as is required by the conditions, about how they operate that. So as you heard from the applicant, they do have staff members on site coordinating that activity as well. The reason why we were supportive of that parking management plan is because if you remember the history here, the site did have many more parking spaces with the previous use as a church. But when the church sold off a property, which has now been redeveloped with a new house, they lost their non-conforming status regarding those parking spaces. So the lot has been reconfigured to allow for the 4 new parking spaces along with a drive aisle, a one-way drive aisle, which meets the zoning ordinance requirement. But again, unfortunately, because they lost that non-conforming status, they had to remove those angled parking spaces, and they will be installing a 10-foot wide buffer once we get past this snow season. They will have that opportunity in the spring. So again, we found that with the amount of space that where vehicles can queue as they enter from Barton Street before they loop behind the building and back onto the alley, that's sufficient queuing space to accommodate vehicles on site without having an adverse impact on the public right-of-way. So that's where we put our reliance. We did review that. We do think it's appropriate. And again, it does not supersede any other general codes and ordinances that the county has the ability to enforce.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. And Mr. Sutherland and I had an undefined question, so I appreciate you tolerating that. But there have been different safety issues. I would say by far the traffic circulation is the one that lifts us the strongest. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm ready for closing.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham?
Just very briefly, we heard one concern about a parking incident that could have blocked fire truck access to the site. Is there a fire lane on site, or is this a low enough building that you're just going to access it from the street?
It's the latter.
Okay. Great. And then I think just one last piece, wrapping up on the noise question. I know back from my years back of working in schools, there used to be like a traffic light thing, literally an old traffic light that you could hook up to a decibel meter. And just as an idea for your 3rd graders, 4th graders, thinking about building something like that or testing something like that on the playground might be a fun way to have some good feedback.
Thank you. I don't have additional questions. One of the small privileges that the chair has is that I had the opportunity to ask all these questions in advance. And had, Mr. Spain, I didn't see your light.
I would like to put forward a motion.
Yes, I was about to ask for a motion. If you want to offer one?
Yeah, sure. So, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I put forth the recommendation that we, the county board, approve the use permit amendment for a private school, their Tyndale Christian School, elementary and middle, for up to 80 students, subject to the previously approved and revised conditions of the staff report, and with a county board review in 1 year and 6 months, July 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Spain and seconded by Mrs. Cunningham. Colleagues,
Can I make
any
one
question?
concluding?
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just, I would like to get commitment from the applicant. I know we are approving this for or we might approve this for a longer period of time here. This, I hope, does not end your commitment to community engagement and outreach. There needs to be a continuous follow-up with the neighbors. I think we have hit some sticking points here. I hope to see that worked through, and I know that relationships aren't always the easiest to navigate, both in the community. We go through that with many different types of site applications, whether it's in this neighborhood, schools, hospitals, businesses. And so I just would like a commitment that the level of intensity of your engagement, perhaps not with us, but with the community, will continue to be at the same level, even though you are not to be before us for a little while.
I can give you that commitment, yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Ferranti, I'll go from left to right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We heard a lot of testimony. At Open Door Monday, I promised it is hard to stand up and be against a second grader who talks about treating others as you wish to be treated. And so at Open Door Monday, I said, write in to those who opposed, because I want to deeply consider those comments as well. So I've read through all of the letters and the photos sent, and I sort of, you try to have a heart, but also think analytically to, because when people who are making decisions don't also think with their head, we get into trouble, and try to be dispassionate such as it is appropriate to be dispassionate. So listen to the comments. I think they boil down to parking as a major concern. There's a mention of a handicap parking space in a letter. There's Thursday, I'm just going through a few things as you continue to work through this. I think Thursday morning trash, Mr. McWhort mentioned that via, that's a particularly sticky moment on that street. And there are others, Ms. Bodine, the vote at the Civic Association was 12-10. It was a fairly terse letter, and mindful of that challenge. It's a matter of public record. I missed my only meeting last time when this came before us, and but I don't think that disqualifies me from the engagement that we've done on this one. I think Ms. Coffey addressed Mr. McWhort's testimony with respect to or his thoughts with respect to the church meetings on Sundays, and I'm satisfied with staff's response there. Ms.
Salvitelli.
You'd think an Italian would be better, Salvatelli. But I think there's been a little stickiness on, like, you might believe with your whole heart for this school. And when you hear a critique of how things have gone, it's hard to not take that with you, even if your faith suggests you should not. And so I just, you can be a good neighbor, and you could be a good neighbor in my view, and hope and say, I'm worried about this on this street, and I don't want to go from 40 to 80. That's not where I'm going to end, but I just, so that you're successful to Ms. Cunningham's points of the ongoing work, that's a thought I would have for you. Mr. Salvatelli, your points, I will just say this to you, Kim, and to just in general. I lived in a multifamily building when I joined this board. There were people who had out-of-state plates. If you're living here for a long time, I want you to pay our car stuff. So my advice, it's not material and debilitating to the decision, but when you come before us next time, I would love it if whoever's in that building is that's a piece of the law. We don't go rooting through my condo building to see everyone and exactly how long they've lived there, but that'd be my 2 cents, non-material to that. So I think the biggest substantive issue that was raised was was the traffic study, and I'm satisfied with the size of this site that a traffic management plan is sufficient. So that is longer and perhaps deeper on those who had concerns. Neighbors across the street or somewhere close, Larry and Rebecca Ann had a short letter that sort of said, this is important use, and that's where I end. Certainly, the stories of education that have been mentioned are, of course, moving, and just because I've focused on the land use issues doesn't mean that I haven't heard them. I think the care for the community came through for me in the persistence on trying to engage with neighbors, and treat others as you wish to be treated is great advice for the past and the future, and it's come through, and I hope we can move forward there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. Ms. Cunningham and then Mr. Spain.
So I won't reiterate all the good points folks have made already, but I do want to just lift up on the property tax, the vehicle tax. We are a fairly transient community, and sometimes people don't realize it. I think even our treasurer says, tells the story of being here and not realizing the first year that it was required. So I do encourage folks with new staff members, with new families. There are military families who will have out-of-state plates who don't have an obligation, so have some grace there, but certainly encourage people to not be surprised by the annual vehicle tax. And if you do feel someone is dodging, there is an anonymous entry on our website where you can report a concern about vehicle tax evaders, and our treasurer's office will promptly follow up and just make sure that everyone's in compliance. So understanding everyone's got affordability issues right now, we want to keep the playing field level for folks and have us all understand our obligations.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
Well, here I am, day 25 on the county board, and this is a pretty significant issue, but I want to talk to the motion briefly because I did make it, right? And I was able to read all the emails, look at some of the history of where we arrived at where we're at today, but I just want to take our opportunity to, one, tell you where I'm at. And I do appreciate what my colleague, Ms. Coffey, had talked about in getting this commitment from the school to do right by effectively communicating and staying engaged with the community, right? That's going to be critically important. But as I also heard in testimony today, how we need to reimagine and also repurpose, if need be, some of our spaces and dwellings in Arlington, that is serious. And I also appreciate, as a person who children went through Arlington Public Schools, have a granddaughter now, they go to a somewhat private school. I also appreciate you, Reverend Horn, and being here today as a military family. And I spent 20-some years in the military, and I understand that dynamic of moving every 3 years and the kids. It is, so to find a space that may not be a public school per se, right, where your kid can adapt and learn, right? The beautiful piece about Arlington is that in our vision and what we stand for, we claim that we're a diverse and inclusive community, a world-class urban environment. And with that comes not just our public schools, right? It also means our private schools. And so Tyndale has been, in my opinion, very proactive in their attempts and is well documented as far as their community engagement. There's also a part of me as a single-family homeowner who understands where, folks like Mr. Horn, who came here and talked passionately about the concerns he has, and I think we have some things in place to kind of mitigate and look at that in the future. But we have to be able to find ways to, I believe, also compromise as a community for the good of our community. Arlington is not the same Arlington that I moved to 16 years ago. And in 16 years, Arlington is going to be significantly different again. And we have to remember that. So look, I think we are at a place now where we're going to be able to evaluate in due time the measures that are in place. I again, I hear you, and I respect everyone here, and let's go forward and see what we can do for the good of our community, and that's all I have, Mr. Chair, at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I will add very, very few things. First of all, appreciating everybody's intensive engagement with this issue, because this is not new. It came before. The Civic Association has considered that, the neighbors. I was really intrigued about the Barton Street Working Group. I'm interested to know more about that, because I believe that the residents of Barton Street will probably know and will have to digest an impact there, and how this happens is important. It is definitely important to me. I believe it's important to the entire board. I say that as well as one of those who produce an impact on Barton Street every day, because I ride the 45 bus, and this goes through Barton Street, and it's also a loud bus. So when we are looking at a use permit, the discussion is about some technical issues. Now, number one is whether the use is allowed and appropriate. And the answer to that is clearly yes, because this use permit has been approved, the use has been approved before. The Civic Association, even the neighbors were of the opinion that yes, this can be a school, and this is a use area. The second question is whether the impacts of this use are sufficiently remediated, especially when the intensity of this use now is proposed to be higher, from 40 to 80, and whether they are well managed. And it is not very common, it's not uncommon, but it's not very common that you have 17 detailed conditions here. And the reason for that is not only to put safeguards, is also to create an environment where the applicant and the neighbors have a solid frame of reference of how you perform. Remember that in July 2026, after the school year 2026, we will probably have to discuss this again. And then you will have to show that it went well. And it wouldn't be unheard of that if something doesn't go well, that we will have to remediate it and to take appropriate action, including reducing the number of students. So I believe that this framework is here, it's detailed, it's sufficient, and it's effective. And for this reason, I am confident in supporting the motion. And having said that, colleagues, it's time to vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, do we want to take a break for lunch? For how many minutes? There is lunch.
What if we started at 12:40?
So then we recess until 12:45.
He is.
Crowd all of us out of here.
Yes.
My apologies.
No, you're exactly on the board is back in session. Mr. Kushner, our clerk, please call the next item.
Of course. Item number 29, related to the Crystal Hill and Scapegoat Beer Garden at 556 22nd Street South. Part A is the site plan amendment to site plan number 206 to permit the addition of 3 unenclosed platforms for outdoor cafes and modify parking and landscaping requirements. And Part B is the use permit for an outdoor cafe with a greater number of outdoor seats than indoor for the Scapegoat Beer Garden at 556 22nd Street South.
Thank you. I believe that on behalf of the manager, Mr. Schultz will offer a presentation on the item?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Then we may proceed.
All right. This is a combined site plan amendment and use permit application. They are related for what is known as the Crystal Hill site plan and the Scapegoat Beer Garden. The location is a collection of restaurants in Crystal City's Restaurant Row at 23rd Street. It's a full block, half block between the 23rd Street and 22nd Street, the home of 4 different restaurants, one of which is currently vacant. That is going to be the future home of Scapegoat Beer Garden at 556 22nd Street South. Just to, why we are here, the site is actually a site plan because it is in a C-O district, which is actually the mixed-use, high-density zoning district. There was a failed attempted redevelopment with an office building in the early 1970s, and it remained zoned CO despite the expiration of that site plan. The area, though, is designated on the GLUP as service commercial, which is a lower-density district, but it is located within the Crystal City Coordinated Redevelopment District. As I stated before, this consists of 2 applications which are interrelated, but for separate things. The site plan amendment is to retroactively permit construction of those outdoor dining areas and to amend the parking layout, which were a situation created by construction of those outdoor dining areas. And then the second item is a use permit for an outdoor cafe with more seats outdoors than they have indoor seats. This is while entirely on private property, a use permit is necessary because of the more seats outdoors than indoors, and that's for Scapegoat Beer Garden specifically. The site plan amendment is for the entire site. As stated before, the county board in 1983 adopted an as-built site plan in order to permit the existing uses at the time, recognizing that because of the CO zoning, many of the uses were actual non-conforming, since CO was meant to be a high-density office building and mixed-use district and did not anticipate long-term uses of existing structures. The structures date from the 20s up to 83. From aerial photos, it seems the entire parking area has been 100% paved since at least 1983. What happened was early in the pandemic, before June 30th, 2020, the applicant constructed structures for outdoor dining in the parking area during the pandemic without permits. Notices of violations have been issued for the outdoor cafes that were located in those areas. That was back in almost a year ago. The applicant has submitted the necessary permit applications. However, it is awaiting action to amend this site plan. Because of the addition of these structures, any site plan, of course, you need to modify if someone adds structures, as well as to reflect the new parking layout that has been created before these permits can actually be issued. What the site plan amendment is asking to do is to approve the 3 outdoor dining structures. 2 of the 3 are colored. The 2 colored ones belong to Scapegoat. There's a third along 23rd Street that is used for Injera Eritrean restaurant. and to revise the parking layout in these red shaded areas. And the applicant is not is waiting approval of this revision. They did not revise the layout, and they will have revised the layout with approval of this site plan amendment, and I'll explain. When they created these outdoor dining platforms, they created basically a non-conforming parking area. However, during our staff research, the site does qualify as a neighborhood commercial center under that definition of parking. Excuse me, where one parking space per every 600 square foot is permitted. 16 legally conforming spaces are required, and the applicant, once they restripe the parking lot with approval of this site plan, will create 16 legally conforming parking spaces. There are going to be additional parking spaces on site that don't meet the zoning ordinance. We'll acknowledge their existence, but the applicant has proven that they can provide 16 legally compliant parking spaces and therefore satisfying the requirement for a neighborhood commercial center. There's also loading takes place mostly on the site during mornings. There are also signed loading spaces on 23rd Street South that our Department of Environmental Services have reserved for loading for restaurants in this area. So along with the parking restriping, along with the site plan amendment, which covers the whole site, the applicant is going to plant 3 trees on site, which will improve the landscaping situation from its currently entirely paved situation. And based on input from neighboring citizens and also personal observation, they will have to enclose the dumpsters with a wood enclosure to keep them from encroaching on the public sidewalk. As I stated, we had input from the neighborhood as well as my personal observation that this is a persistent problem and that creating a trash corral where the dumpsters will be permanently set. All of these things will have to be done before a certificate of occupancy can be issued for the Scapegoat Beer Garden, so that's how we ensure that the improvements are implemented. Now, the associated use permit is just for one business on site, and that's Scapegoat Beer Garden, which is a proposed new restaurant at 556 22nd Street South. It was the former Athena Palace Greek restaurant, which closed during the COVID era. And the use permit is to allow more outdoor seats than indoor seats. It is entirely on private property. Normally, outdoor cafes, by right, are allowed to have one fewer seat outdoor than they are allowed to have indoor. The indoor capacity of the restaurant is 76. So therefore, by right, they could have 75 outdoor seats. They are asking for 208 maximum outdoor seats. The final number may be less. It's determined during the numerous inspections and certificate of occupancy inspections that will need to take place once the building permits are finalized for these structures. They don't consume parking spaces necessary to meeting the zoning ordinance requirements as ensured by the site plan amendment that we have. They will provide 16 legally conformable parking spaces on site. So we realize there's a big disparity between 208 and 76 seats. Staff's analysis and over the last several months, we examined the proximity to residential uses. We took in the input from the Civic Association and the National Landing Business Improvement District and our past experiences with similar uses that have been allowed by right and via use permit and special event permits. We now have some experience with beer gardens. And as you see in this illustration here, to property lines in our districts, it's as close as 170 feet, 125 feet to the Crystal Towers building. And of course, there will be possibly new Crystal Towers buildings closer to the site. So the use permit conditions that we negotiated are very extensive, 19 conditions. And the intent was to have objective conditions that are easily observable and enforceable. For instance, the outdoor cafe must close at 11 p.m., which is the same as by right cafes if they're adjacent to residential zones. That's easily checkable. If there's still people out there at 11:15, that's a clear violation. No need for any sort of interpretation or monitoring like noise monitoring. There is no outdoor live entertainment or dancing will be permitted at all. That is usually a standard condition of the county normally. We're also not permitting any radio or video on the site. This was a big sticking point with the applicant, but they agreed to that there will be no audio or radio or video any amplified of any sort in these outdoor areas. And again, that's a very easily checkable condition. Are they playing video? Are they playing radio? We don't have to worry about decibel checking or whatever. It's a violation if they're playing video. No outdoor bars or grills. All food and drink must be served from inside the restaurant. Nightly cleaning of that outdoor cafe area. No special events. That was another sticking point with the applicant, but they do agree to that condition. The special events could overwhelm the neighborhood, and we understand. We want to make sure that this use remains compatible to the extent possible. Lights must be shielded so that they don't glare into neighboring properties. And also, we used similar conditions to the Clarendon live entertainment uses. Generally, we don't do a lot of these conditions outside Clarendon, but in this case, we felt it was appropriate due to the size. And so they'll have a community liaison with authority available during the operating hours, tips training for bartenders. They have to become a member of the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, and we consulted with the police on that. And they agree. They may be one of the only non-Clarendon members in it, but they will be a part of it. So therefore, we think with these conditions, we believe that, and with the one-year review that we recommend for the use permit, that these potential impacts could be monitored, and when the county board comes up for a review, could strengthen conditions, could amend conditions. Of course, if significant issues are possible, the county board could always raise on their own motion. Review of a use permit, that is always a tool that is available. So staff recommends that we adopt the ordinance to approve that site plan amendment with the proposed modifications and conditions presented in the ordinance to create a more functional total Crystal Hill site. And we recommend approval of the use permit with all of the proposed conditions and with a county board review in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess this is the round of the applicant to present. You don't have a mic. Yes, now far better.
Nicholas Cummings here with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. We do have a presentation. Ms. Jessica Washington, an associate from my firm, is going to give it.
All right, I believe I've shared it. Oh, there we go. All right, so as Peter, you did a great job going over our presentation. We have two applications before you, a site plan amendment and the use permit request. There we go. So this is an overview of the property. You see it's just the area outlined in red there, just north of 23rd Street South and south of 22nd Street. And it encompasses just 4 restaurants, so it's not the entirety of Restaurant Row. And we have 2 adjacent parking lots. One on the left side is privately owned by the applicant. I believe it has about 24 parking spaces, and it can be used for restaurant parking. And to the right is a public parking lot as well that can be used for overflow parking if needed. So these are the existing site conditions. As Peter mentioned, the site was approved with a site plan back in 1983, but there have been no updates to that site plan since then. When it was approved for various retail and office uses. Of course, now it's entirely restaurants. And so we want to come before you to update that site plan. Additionally, we had 3 outdoor seating areas that were installed during COVID. During that time period, the county had a temporary outdoor seating area permit program, and the applicant received permits through the TOSA program to get those outdoor seating areas. The county ended that program, I believe, in late 2023, so now we're here to get those seating areas up to date with the county's current standards. So for our site plan amendment, we'd like to update the layout to reflect what's currently on site. Additionally, we're providing 24 parking spaces. As Peter mentioned, 16 are required with the zoning ordinance, so we're providing a surplus of 8 parking spaces not required by the ordinance. Additionally, there are parking spaces available to the left, as I mentioned, in that private parking lot that the applicant owns, and to the right where there's a public parking lot. The proposal also includes various site improvements that I'll detail in the next slide. The second application is for a use permit for a Scapegoat Beer Garden. We have 79 indoor seats and proposing 208 outdoor seats. Peter did a great job going through the proposed conditions, and we've agreed to all of them. So here's our proposed site plan. As you see, we have the 4 restaurants detailed there and the outdoor seating areas. We're proposing to restripe the parking lot. Currently, the parking spots are at an angle. We're going to make them 90 degrees so we can have a 2-way drive aisle. That'll improve circulation throughout the site. Additionally, we heard from the community there were concerns about a dumpster on 22nd Street South that was blocking the sidewalk. If you can see at the top left corner of our plan, we are enclosing that dumpster and moving it so it's fully clear of the sidewalk. And lastly, we are adding some landscaping. It's not showing up here, but it'll be on 22nd Street South additionally, and it'll be right in front of the outdoor seating area on 22nd Street South, so it can operate as a buffer and add some greenery to the space that currently has no landscaping. This is the seating exhibit for Scapegoat Beer Garden, so you can see the outdoor seating areas here. There'll be a total of 208 seats outside, spread between these 2 seating areas and then a bar area. As Peter mentioned, we've agreed to the condition that all food and drinks will be served from indoors. So there'll be no outdoor grill, no outdoor kitchen, no outdoor preparation of food. It's all coming from indoors, and people will be able to bring it with them to sit outside, enjoy the open space, and just have a good time. And that is our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Do we have advisory groups, Mr. Kushner?
We do not on this item.
We do not. Then I guess this is public testimony that we will now welcome. Okay.
Sorry, correct. Give me just a moment. Our first public speaker on this item for 2 minutes is John Musso.
Hello again, Mr. Musa. Your
Microphone, please.
Your microphone.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I ask that you all please vote to adopt the site plan amendment, zoning ordinance modifications, and the use permit application before you today. The 23rd Street corridor, as mentioned before, is a vibrant commercial space that benefits the residents of Crystal City, or Highland, National Line as a whole, and Arlington as a whole. And we believe that this application would better achieve the mission of the Arlington Chamber and many other organizations like the Board, ensuring that our commercial sectors and corridors remain vibrant spaces now and in the future. We believe that the application before you today would create a vibrant, unique offering for the 23rd Street corridor that would complement the existing small businesses there and add continued vibrancy and a great new small business to Arlington. So we urge you to please vote for these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musso.
Our next speaker for 3 minutes is Freddie Lutz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I particularly want to welcome Mr. Spain to this distinguished panel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. First of all, I'd like to express my support for the protection of LGBTQ rights that was addressed earlier. I have been on 23rd Street for over 50 years. They didn't have all those child labor laws when I started out. We're trying to keep 23rd Street unique and diverse and different from everything else that Crystal City has to offer. I think that this beer garden would enhance the street and help for us to accomplish the kind of village concept that we want to enhance and protect. This would also help all the businesses by attracting more people. Businesses down overall 30%. So we restaurant people could use some help. And I think this would bring more people to the area. So I ask you to please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Always great seeing you.
And our next and final speaker, speaking on behalf of the Aurora Highland Civic Association, is Mr. Nicholas Giacobbe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carantonis, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. Spain. It's good to have you on the board as well. The I'm Nick Giacobbe. I live in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. The small businesses on 23rd Street are a vital part of our life, of our unique neighborhood, and we continue to support these important entrepreneurs. I think Mr. Musso and Mr. Lutz talked very explicitly about how important it is that we keep those businesses alive. So I'm here to represent the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, and we appreciate the county staff's efforts to mitigate the impact of the beer garden proposal. We have a few concerns with the application that I wanted to walk through with you today. Our issues fall primarily into 4 areas. The first is parking. Hosting over 200 patrons in the outdoor space may be too many people. There's inadequate parking to support this number, especially after the most recent parking study for 23rd Street referenced the contractor's recommendation to use the neighborhood for parking. The conversion of parking spaces to what was supposed to be temporary seating space during the pandemic has exacerbated an already tight parking situation on Restaurant Row. There may be a need for additional signage and other efforts to explain where customers should be parking, especially those who are coming for the first time. Second point is noise. A couple of hundred patrons outdoors can be very loud. And as we discussed in our letter, there are already issues of public drunkenness and crime in the area. It's not unique to Restaurant Row, it happens all over the county. But an outdoor venue with 208 people can be disruptive to nearby neighbors. And without an enforcement plan, it looks like it will add to our current safety concerns. For these reasons, we recommend the capacity of the outdoor area be reduced. Under the code, there shouldn't be this number of seats. We heard about the by right allowance being 75 outdoor seats. So maybe the right number is somewhere between 100 and 150. I leave that up to the board and the staff to work out. And look for ways to mitigate sound, parking, and safety concerns. It's unclear if lowering the capacity would mitigate the noise concerns, because the current plans also don't talk about sound absorption measures or anything that's being done to absorb the sound coming from the patio. The third issue that we've heard a solution to are the dumpsters. The sidewalk on 22nd Street is frequently blocked by dumpsters. This has nothing to do with the current application. This is a horrible situation that the county is allowed to continue for too many years. I encourage you to look at the email and the photos I sent to the board yesterday. The dumpster was planted straight in the middle of the sidewalk. Finally, the fourth point is the review period. This is a dramatic change for the area, and such a change should be on a temporary trial basis. We ask that the initial permit be for 6 months from the opening date so that we can see what the impact is on crime, on parking, and noise. And this will allow us, the neighbors, to work together with the county and with the applicant to determine that there are issues that need to be addressed and to make sure that there are necessary efforts put into place to fix them. Thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby. Are there any more speakers, Mr. Clerk?
No further speakers.
Okay, then the discussion is now with the board. Colleagues, any questions on the issues raised? I don't know. I can ask for a motion first if you prefer. So if somebody wants to offer a motion, Ms. Coffey?
I'll start off with a motion to approve the county manager's recommendation to A, adopt the site plan amendment ordinance attached to the staff report to approve a site plan amendment to permit 3 unenclosed outdoor dining structures with the modifications for parking and landscaping requirements subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance, as well as B, approve the permit request for an outdoor cafe associated with a restaurant with a greater number of seats than the indoor portion of the restaurant, subject to the proposed conditions, with a county board review in 1 year, which will be January 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Let's see if there is a second. Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Coffey, do you want to speak to your motion?
Absolutely. I think Restaurant Row has one of the best characters of many of our neighborhoods. It's a destination as well as a local gem. And I think continuing the strong character of that, the strong reputation that the businesses in that area have, while allowing some expansion is great. I'm glad we have mitigated a number of the things that have initially been issues. It sounds like particularly the dumpster may have been a big sticking point. And I hope I'm not misunderstanding Mr. Giacob in his stating that that seems to be a resolution. I'll start off with a couple of questions and then pass along to my colleagues. But do we have any documentation of existing pest issues at the site?
I have not done this as part of my research. Generally, we don't have access to that information from DHS.
Okay, I just think, yeah, something to monitor as we continue, especially with outdoor food comes outdoor pests, and we don't want to be contributing to that. And then could staff talk about other businesses within Arlington, because I know that they exist, where we have granted the outdoor seating exception?
There have been a few locations that I know of. I have not personally worked on them. Continental Beer Garden is the one that sticks out in my mind. Mr. Schreiber here might remember some more, but I do believe we have a handful of use permits where they're on private property, but more seats than outdoor than indoor.
We also have experience with, so there is Continental Beer Garden has a use permit for this. We also have Westover Beer Garden. But they are pretty limited, where we have more.
Yeah, the microphone.
Okay. Is this loud enough?
Yes.
Okay. We do have use permits on Continental Beer Garden. We also have them on Westover, where we have more outdoor seats than inside. Each one is unique. I think the one that people are most familiar with is Westover, but the difference between Westover, which helped influence our composition of these conditions, is that Westover also has outdoor live entertainment. It also has outdoor points of sale. But again, that's a much smaller venue. But again, it still helped influence us, recognizing what some of the concerns are that we heard for a project like that. It also has a proximity issue or concern with that use adjacent to single detached housing. So again, really was looking at models of Westover and other similar venues like The Lot. The Lot, again, is a by right venue, so we don't have any use permit restrictions on that. However, we were still analyzing those outdoor venues and how they operate and impacts that they may have, and that's why you see the conditions drafted this way.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Spain? Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I am, and maybe staff can talk to this a little bit. We're going to come back in a year, but I hear our friend Freddie and I hear Nicholas, but can we talk a little bit about this code enforcement as we look to bring in a large footprint of folks, and I hear the neighbors about the kind of like the spill off of that. We have some areas in Arlington already, right, where things have occurred. But can we talk about how are we going to work through code enforcement should things happen, and people don't live up to standard that we put here?
Well, like any other use permit, the conditions of the use permit approval will be enforced by the zoning division, building code violations enforced by the inspection services division. As I noted in the staff report, our conditions are very objective. They are, if it can document that the place is open later than 11 p.m., that's pretty cut and dry. If you can document that the audio and video are operating, that's very cut and dry. If there's an outdoor bar, that's very cut and dry. Our code enforcement will handle this the same way as any other outdoor issue. I should also note that they are a member of the AR. They agree to be a member of the ARI, which will bring an extra layer of eyes to this, more than your typical outdoor cafe, which we don't require to be a member of the ARI.
Great. Well, thanks. And I know that's what was in the report. I just publicly want to remind folks that we're all cognizant of that, and I hope that when we come back in a year, that we don't have issues that have not been addressed, because we have also issues with our code enforcement as it stands right now, right? And so but whoever we're going to, I think I'm going to be on board with this, but let's just make sure we do what's right and hold folks accountable over the next 12 months.
Thank you. And any other questions? Ms. Cunningham.
I wanted to raise a question the Civic Association had asked earlier in the year about, this was an effort during COVID by the owner or the operator to have outdoor seating, but it wasn't fully permitted. And I'm sure a number of us did things that weren't fully permitted during COVID. But have we checked other restaurants, both on Restaurant Row and elsewhere, to confirm that we don't have other non-conforming uses that we need to revisit and bring up to code?
Well, it's my understanding that during the transition period, when TOSAs were being phased out and we were phasing back in outdoor cafes, that there were county employees, block captains, so to speak, who actually went out and spoke to outdoor cafe, including, I should mention, one of them was the late Brett Wallace of our division, a valuable urban designer, that provided information on how to come into conformance, also with the new ordinances you guys passed, with the outdoor cafes and public right-of-way being an administrative process. Obviously, they're not versed in building codes and things like that, and this is a very unusual situation where this is also a site plan on top of illegal construction. For most, reporting of illegal construction and things like that, we do rely on people informing the county staff that such things happen. But we did have county staff go around to explain all the new rules about outdoor cafes, and I would hope that that many of them were experienced enough to notice if there were issues. I know Mr. Wallace in particular would have been very vigilant, yes.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is around parking. It seems, kind of the parking needs of 75 patrons versus 286 might be quite different. And can you share a little bit about the analysis there, what the use patterns are today? Is there an overflow leased space if needed, if it becomes a problem?
Yes, thank you. We do understand that the zoning ordinance does not require outdoor parking spaces for outdoor seating, recognizing because they're generally seasonable and based on good. But I think practically speaking, we understood that we have the 16 conforming parking spaces on the confines of this site, additional spaces that don't meet the zoning ordinance, but have been there for quite some time, as far as we can tell. The owner of this property owns, and it's not within the limits of the site plan, so we couldn't put it as a condition of the site plan, but he owns a large parking lot next door that has 24 parking spaces that do conform with the zoning ordinance in a separate lot. So while we were not able to write a condition for that, that spot has been used traditionally by the restaurant owner for overflow parking for his restaurants. There's also the paid county parking lot next door too, that of course might end up being redeveloped, and I know that there are some calls for providing extra parking at that site to accommodate the Restaurant Row patrons. So there is other parking available on the site owned by this landlord. But that just was not in this site plan boundary, so we couldn't quite address it.
Great, and I think the last thing I heard was the blocking of the sidewalk. It sounds like the dumpster has been addressed, but at all of our restaurants, the Uber drivers and sort of DoorDash and other things continue to be an evolution. Can you just share a little bit about how we're accommodating that or managing that curb space?
I'll try to do my best to speak about managing the curb space, speaking on behalf of DES. There are 3 loading spaces in front of the property that are designated, signed by our DES. Of course, an Uber driver could come onto the site and park. And in fact, as you might have seen from some of the aerial photos, 3 of those non-conforming parking spaces that we acknowledge but don't conform to the zoning ordinance are head-in parking. That could be a possible place for people for off-street parking. But yes, there are loading spaces, and we do think that there are rear entrances to these restaurants too that sometimes people would use parking. I can't guarantee. People are unpredictable, and I experience it myself living off Columbia Pike where people double park and stuff to do the deliveries, but we think there is enough area for people to do it safely in this area.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I have a couple of questions, and I will start, Mr. Schultz, exactly where you left it, in these famous perpendicular parking spots that are next to Bonsai and Jira, or between Bob and Edith's and Jira. So they are particularly problematic because if you drive in there and you park, it is, first of all, you cut through a sidewalk that now will have even more pedestrian traffic. You have to back out from there, which is not a safe maneuver with pedestrians and incoming traffic, including buses. So I really don't see how this. I understand that this is not a particular piece of this site plan, but this is not a good solution at this point. So what I'm thinking is here, adding significant capacity, outdoor seating capacity and traffic and business. The Civic Association makes a good argument saying we have to rethink about the sidewalks there. And one of my questions is whether you, your colleagues, the department are thinking about the next step. Do we need all this? How are we going to manage this intersection of pedestrian traffic and the parking arrangements that are right on 23rd Street? You see, one of my arguments is I don't worry so much about sufficient parking because a place that has this kind of an offer will actually have a profile of being a pedestrian accessible place. But I will have a lot of pedestrians there, and I just don't want to have substandard and not safe, parking maneuver spaces.
Chairman Karatonis, if you're speaking about the ones that you directly drive off of on 23rd Street, yes. I worked with the Department of Environmental Services Transportation Services Bureau on analyzing this application. They didn't identify this area as a safety issue. As you know, those 3 parking spaces do not conform to our zoning ordinance. You can't have business parking that heads directly into. Acknowledging, however, we have a lot of old commercial properties where where there is this non-conforming parking, and not just in this location. In my discussions with DES, we did not anticipate that this would be a pedestrian safety hazard. We decided for planning, when discussing this site and how this site was laid out and what we could do to make it as functional as possible, was because there were concerns about the number of spaces. And since there does not seem to be a history of this being dangerous or not a high crash zone, at least of pedestrians, that we would leave those 3 parking spaces alone. Like I said, acknowledging that they're there, but they don't make up the legal number of parking spaces. So that was the trade-off, I feel, that we came to that conclusion.
Fine with me. I just wanted to flag it because I do believe that we are making a giant step forward into making 23rd Street Arlington's first, completely walkable and pedestrian-centered entertainment and restaurant row. So I don't have any other questions. Ms. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate colleagues' questions and staff. We engaged in preparation for this meeting and the thoroughness of working this over the last months, and mindful of the concerns raised by the Civic Association. Do appreciate Mr. Lutz mentioning the business need. I'm happy to support the project. Thanks. Or this item.
Any other closing remarks?
I do.
This is the discussion with the board right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So
I would just add a thank you to our restaurant owners and operators. It's been a wild ride, and we really value you and appreciate your time today, and look forward to working with you.
Okay. My only closing remarks, I learned something today, and I don't know how I skipped that lesson in 21 years in Arlington. I didn't realize that the rule is that the number of seats outside has to be less than
the seats inside. I
That's a
thought that
relatively
this-
new one, though,
I
actually.
thought that this was just a historic limitation, and as a Greek person, I always, I'm not coming from a culture where the rule is exactly the opposite. There is no such thing as a restaurant that has more inside than outside. So, well, but nine months. Same geographic latitude. So the 9 months out of the year, these are places that generate enormous business. I believe that's about $20,000. This was the rule of thumb per 4-seat table there. What Mr. Lutz and other business owners there have said is absolutely critical. The place is a great destination, and we have to support its viability. Thank you. So, colleagues, if there are, Mr. Spain, I see your light. So then if there's no more discussion, please all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Any abstentions? No abstentions. Thank you. The motion carries. And with that, Mr. Kushner, do we have any other item that's coming before the board?
There are no further items.
No. So before we adjourn, I want to just remind everybody on the 27th, that's Monday, we have an open door Monday. It's an in-person Monday. I will be in the Langston Brown Community Center. I also wanted to remind that the 27th of January is a significant date in history. It's the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the extermination and concentration camp of Auschwitz. It's the International Holocaust Day. I repeat, the International Holocaust Day. More than 1 million people have lost their lives, have been murdered there. And this was a direct consequence of a regime of injustice, segregation, separation, and hate. So I'm leaving that little token here, and I hope to have a good crowd on the 27th when we'll have more conversations. This adjournment will be for until our recessed meeting on the 28th of January. It's at 3 p.m.
I would remind everyone that we will begin under our new format with closed session beginning at 1:30 p.m. with awards, recognitions, proclamations, et cetera, at 3:30 p.m.
At 3:30
No earlier than.
p.m. So we are adjourned. So, good.